wave to Chrissy. Representative Bartlett is here in spirit, and I assume she has one of yours email or text numbers so she can text you. Okay, good. So I think this is going to be fairly straightforward. I think all the morning bills were pretty straightforward. And then we just have, and I have some new insights now on some of these later bills. So, okay, so this is insurance. And do I know who's on the insurance subcommittee? You have the list, or
I don't. I think John has.
do we actually have the subcommittee? No. Okay. How many forms do you have there?
Hopefully one for each bill. But
Okay, cool. Okay, so they should.
They should have the members on it.
Yeah, no.
I don't have my other paper.
So, you know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I think these are going to be straightforward, right? Okay. So, actually, I need my pile. So, okay. So, first one's up 354, and we do have an amendment for it. So, anybody who cares, does it have a copy of the amendment? So where you have them? Where you have them right now? They're
Was
Okay.
that the or to an
so yeah. So this one. I don't know, it got really. It's hard to tell what was the original bill, right? Okay. I'm gonna take off my green jacket because I can't wear it until Sunday, right?
Oh, jeez, yeah.
But I do have my master's tie. Okay. Okay. Well, we don't.
let's keep going.
I don't know how many. No, but there's not that many people here. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
about that way.
3, 4, 5,
Okay.
6. We got enough.
Okay. Okay. And I assume the department has got a copy.
oh. So
You have a copy of this amendment?
204,
They're all
354,
They're all 354.
206. No, I have 204 and I have two of these. 204, 206, 354.
206, 204.
So there's just the three, right?
Just 3 pages.
3 papers, okay.
Got them.
I'm a little confused for a while.
Okay. So. So where was the word change?
I think it was line 6.
Is line?
It said per violation or any combination or actions, and I believe it was changed to of actions.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay.
There it is.
Line 6. Violation.
Yep.
Or
Okay.
any, yeah, right in the middle of the, right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, that looks good.
All right.
Any combinations thereof.
Okay. So who's normally on the insurance? Okay. Good.
It's-
Aren't you? You're on the insurance. Yeah, you too. Okay.
And,
And then we have Anita, and someone's replacing.
Christie's not here, so I'm subbing for
Should be something.
Christie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's fine. Okay. So we have. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here. Okay, so Fargo and Burroughs. Okay. All right, so who would like to carry this forward? I think it's going to go on the consent calendar. Who would like to make the ought to pass motion?
Can I speak to something before we
Oh,
make the
certainly, yeah. Oh,
recommendation?
you have a comment.
On behalf of Connie's concerns, and
Okay,
we spoke a little bit about this yesterday, but she was concerned with Roman numeral 12, failing to comply with an administrative or court order imposing child support obligation.
okay.
She felt that it would be covered in Roman numeral 8, using fraudulent, coercive, or dishonest practices. But I think we had a conversation, John, that maybe we just want to speak to again about
Reinforce it,
why
yeah.
this was singled out individually and what the impact would be, so there's a clear understanding.
Well, my comment was that as an employer, I learned one day that the last thing an employer wants to see is this pink sheet from the IRS, and that the infamous pink sheet means that you have to, that actually I don't have to do anything. The IRS is just going to come and take the money out of our check account, the business account. They're just going to sweep it right out of the account, and pay somebody who has not been doing their child support payments. So I'm assuming that that's where this comes from. But did you guys do any follow up on this? The insurance department, did you guys look at this at all, or that question that came up yesterday?
Excuse me, while we're waiting, are we just jumping all over from Bill to, I'm not sure where we are here.
I
Are
had
we back to
354, so
354 from 206?
this is 354.
354, the first bill
So,
on
so
the
now we're
agenda.
going, okay, so we were on 206
No.
We were?
for a moment.
We were never on.
Well, is the of in 354?
Yes.
Yeah.
We were on the wrong one. All right, so we're on 354. Thank you very much. It's good to know what county I'm in as well as state.
Merrimack. Merrimack County. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's 354. Okay, hi. Yeah, you have to push the button so Christy can hear you.
Good morning again. My name is Joshua Hilliard. I'm the Compliance and Enforcement Counsel at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. And to address your question, not only is it reflective of 402J, which has that same language as to child support orders as to insurance producers, I understand through conversation that there was a concerted effort about 20 or 30 years ago to make it that a lot of the professional license in the state could be impacted by not being current with child support. So my understanding is that's consistent across a number of the professional licenses in the state.
Okay. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see this, the bill is dealing with license denial, non-renewal, or revocation. And there needs to be a good cause for doing so, to either deny a license, to not renew a license, or to revoke a license. And good cause is being defined as or including the several listed items, and failing to comply with an order to impose to pay child support shows a lack of integrity in fulfilling one's financial obligations. And if you lack integrity in paying your financial obligations, then you are not going to be responsible in other decisions, potentially as it relates to your profession, and therefore a license it'd be reasonable to assume if you're not responsible in that area and you fail to comply with those orders, you're probably likely to not comply with other orders. That's how I read it.
Okay, but are we still on the right bill number? That's
354.
so. This was that line that she was looking at.
Yeah,
What bill was that in?
It's on the sheet.
We have the right bill.
That was the amendment to 354 that just changed the word or.
Okay. So she's looking at the underlying bill, and this was the amendment. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
the amendment, I thought
okay.
we agreed the amendment
Okay.
was fine. It was just a
Okay,
change of
so
the,
underlying bill. Okay.
right. This is the underlying bill.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you for helping me to realize I wasn't the only one who was confused.
Confused. I can be confused.
Well, if you're confused, it makes everything all right now.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate?
Yes, please.
Sir, thank you. Following on Representative Greason's question with respect to good cause, I'm concerned with the phrase "but is not limited to." So you have 12 items here, which are reference points or measurements for good cause. What are the other good causes? Are they enumerated anywhere, or is this merely a judgment call on the part of the person making the judgment? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. So to answer that, this bill was an effort to try to enumerate that. If you notice, the statute as it reads now does not define good cause. So this provides those 12 enumerated definitions, which are mirrored in that in 402J, which is those reasons for which we may bring an action against an insurance producer, an insurance agent. This is an insurance adjuster. But as you identified, the not limited to language indicates there, of course, could be other scenarios that might not fit neatly into one of these 12 under which the department would wish to bring an action against an insurance adjuster for conduct that would suggest they should not be licensed and operating in the state.
Follow? In which case, if that were the case, that there were other causes, they would need to be identified and defended, but other than that which is in the statute. So the statute, if it's enacted, makes it firm. All you'd have to do is refer to one or more of these causes if in fact you were bringing an action under one or more of those causes. If it's a cause or causes not that has been added to this law, then your burden would be a little higher. Would you agree?
If I understand your question appropriately, if the Compliance and Enforcement Council to convince the hearing officer that if it fell outside of that 12, that this still rose to good cause to bring action, correct?
Great, thank you.
Person wants like spell it out for them and spell it out, but then at the end of the day, if they contest it, they're going to go to Supreme Court.
Yes. If adopted, these 12 items move the ball way down the field, because what I heard in testimony is that there were no 12 items before, just
Right.
good cause.
Which was
This gives a foundation, but there may, as indicated in the on line 9, there may be other causes, but this is a vast improvement over the fact that there was nothing before.
excellent. Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Representative Terry, seconded by Representative Greason.
My reward, that's my reward.
Moves ought to pass on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that amendment number is 1, 3, 4, 6, H. Okay. All right. Then ought to pass as amended. Representative Terry, second by Representative Greason. Okay. Discussion. Representative Terry, second by Representative Greason, moves ought to pass as amended. You want to discuss it anymore, or are we're okay? Everybody okay? All right. All those in favor of ought to pass as amended, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're done.
So, Mr. Chair, just real quick,
Yep.
since Representative Bartlett is not here, is she satisfied with our answer?
Yes. Yes. Right. Otherwise, we would know that she would be texting us and telling us she's not happy. Right. Yeah, right.
And she's got her phone on.
Okay. Okay. You're gonna be okay. So next up is Senate Bill 204 relative to the definition of covered claim for the purpose of the New Hampshire Insurance Guaranteed Association Act.
Did somebody bring an amendment in on this one?
I do have an amendment from it.
All four, yep.
Okay, so we go. All right. Okay, so the latest amendment is 1347H. Okay. And what was this amendment? What were you trying to? Okay, so what are we trying to do in this amendment? What are we trying to do here?
It appears as though the words non-member have been dropped out under number 2, so it merely states the insurer.
Okay. Sure. Assume that the members coverage on.
That's one change.
Right.
And goes into liquidation.
It goes into liquidation, yeah.
In liquidation, okay. All right, so you guys are okay with this amendment then? Do you have the amendment?
Yes, good morning, committee members. I'm Heather Silverstein, General Counsel of the Insurance Department. Yes, we reviewed this yesterday, and this is the language that we would like amended to the bill. The Guarantees Association had actually proposed making this little tweak for the amendment, and we agreed with it, just to further clarify that if you're a member when the policy is issued, then even if that policy gets assumed by another company, it would still be covered later, even if that insurance company was not a member.
Okay,
So with respect to the change, what was in the original was non-member insurer. I don't recall that we identified the issue. Was this something that you all looked at again and decided that you wanted changed? Or did we provide any wisdom on this for you?
no, this was.
No, we had suggested the amendment.
You did?
Yes.
Let's say that after second reading from after it left the Senate and before it got here.
In between?
Yes.
Okay.
This is why it's great having a bicameral legislation. So
Yes.
we have multiple bites at the apple.
You might want to remind the Senate of that, Mr. Chairman.
The people on the other side of the wall.
That's inside, the other side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, who would like to carry this one for? You want to carry this one for, Jeff?
No, you are sorry. No.
Representative Burrows. Yeah. Fine. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Terry. Moves ought to pass on the amendment number being
1347.
1347. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Terry, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so moved. Okay. Ooh, okay. All right, next up. All right, how are we doing with 205? Any amendments to this one, or? We all set with 205? Okay. Anybody want to make the motion? All right, thank you, Representative Fargo. Okay, Representative Fargo, second by Representative Hunt, moves Ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Zip. Okay. All right, 206, we have an amendment. All right, have you guys had a chance to look over this amendment? Okay, this is number 1349. Would like to make the motion? Okay. My sponsor. I am.
You and I are both sponsors of this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Representative Fargo, second by Representative Hunt, moves on to pass on the amendment number 1349. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call. No. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Move high. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, Representative Fargo, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves on to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay. Next up.
No more amendments.
You know, really? Oh, I have as introduced. 207?
No, just,
No, we just did 207. So, where are we at now? We're 20,
207.
207. We're one step ahead of you.
206 had the amendment.
Okay. No problem. Okay, so 207, there's no need amendment, right? Speak now or forevermore hold your peace. Okay. Who would like to make the motion? Thank you, Representative Fargo. Okay, Representative Fargo, second by Representative Hunt, moves on to pass. Any discussion on the motion? See none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. The amendments on 208? What a marvel. For a rewrite, right? This is a big rewrite. Cool. All right. Who would like to carry this forward? Am I a sponsor of this too? No. You can do it when we get to the exec session. All right. So the matrix.
I have it in my drawer.
Yeah, no, I do have it, but I mean that's just like an index to help you find things. Okay, so Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Fargo, moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? See none. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have, this is Hunt, and Greason, and Terry, and, oh, Fargo. Right. Okay, next up is 285. Is that correct?
I do have a question about this one.
Okay. Let me just sort my papers here. So
Relative to discount medical plan organizations.
okay, did you say you had a question on that one?
Yes, I do. I was wondering if the subcommittee would be open to having a discussion about, line 19. One of the requirements is of good character, which I find very ambiguous and perhaps needs to have a better definition. And I think maybe one of the things you suggested was a background check. I don't know if everyone else has a concern or if we would be open to amending that to be a little bit more specific, because I find that to be very subjective.
So I would assume that if someone was not of good character, the department would tell the person where they flunked.
Yes, and if I can clarify, if you look up at lines 5 and 6, well, that whole paragraph starting at lines 3 through 6, what this paragraph is stating is that the application shall include or be accompanied by the following information and documents. So these are the types of things that we would ask for more information in the application. And that's where the background check would come in. In the application, we could require a background check. But to address your concerns about good character, I did look into this a little bit further. And in our TPA statute, which is the third party administrator statute, instead of using the term good character, it says is competent, trustworthy, financially responsible, or of good personal or business reputation. So that provides a little bit more parameters. But it wouldn't just be a background check, because the background check is only going to give you certain information. We also would want to make sure that the people involved in running this type of organization haven't had administrative actions taken against them before. And that's the type of thing that wouldn't necessarily come up on like a criminal background check. So we want it to be a little bit more broader than just, a criminal conviction or criminal background check.
Yes, Representative Terry.
Yes, I suppose like all of us, we bring our backgrounds and experiences with us, and so I perhaps have to apologize, but I'm still uncomfortable with leaving this the way it is of good character, and would appreciate it if we could add something to the effect, as per such and such a section in the TPA.
Or we can add that whole phrase that she just. that
Well, or
language.
add that language. I mean, I don't care whether you reference the TPA section or whether you put it in. Of course, if you put it in, that means it is what it is, and it can't. You'd have to change it by statute. Whereas if you reference to the TPA and the TPA is changed, it's still referencing to the TPA in the future as changed. I don't know. Do you have a druthers on that?
The TPA language I was referencing is in the TPA statute, so it'd be a statutory change either way. I think
So-
it'd be cleaner to just amend the language here to mirror the language.
So, okay, can we do that?
We can. Okay, is that?
Do I need to move
feeling-
that?
Feeling, no, because we don't have an amendment.
We have to
So-
write it.
We have to write the amendment.
Okay.
And then we'll take that. I believe I have this scheduled for
Just-
next Thursday. Is this another, the subcommittee would be rescheduled for this one.
Might I ask Representative Fargos, is this, am I just carrying this a little farther in? Are you?
No,
are-
I feel
Are you
very
happy with this
comfortable
now
with
with
this.
where this
Yes,
is going?
I think I have a much better comfort level. I think the amendment would answer that question for me, and I could support the bill at that point, yes.
So
Good.
could you make sure
I'll
you
draft the
send
amendment.
Christine the language?
Yes.
Okay,
And ju-
you got her email now. Or you should just,
I'm
you
sure
have
it's on
your
the
email?
website,
Right,
Okay. Yeah.
okay,
So and then just as a follow-up from yesterday, I
Yes.
wanted to clarify, I did do my homework for you. We do have 26 registered discount medical plans, and they're primarily offering prescription drug discounts and dental services as well.
and dental too.
And we also wanted to clarify that these discount medical plans do not include coupons for drugs. There is a distinction there. So discount medical plans, the definition of them, does not include providers that give discounts on their own products and services. So
Right, I remember we had a bill not too long ago that we were gonna ban coupons.
Yeah, I remember.
And I think I was, I
was
was on the
Garrett.
minority
That
on
was
that one,
Garrett's, right?
Yeah. But fortunately, that never happened. Okay.
Refresh my memory, is this all new or did we?
no, we already have it.
You already have it, so what were we changing here?
We're just changing the registration requirements.
Yeah, but there
So
was
to
no actual
expand upon-
registration.
There was no actual, that's
They
right,
were
that's
doing
right.
it, they were doing it in,
Thank you.
They were required to register. There just weren't any requirements for
of
what
the
that
registration,
registration
we were putting
was.
some meat on the bones for the
Yes.
registration.
Yes. And it mirrors what's in the NAIC model.
Right. That's nice. Okay, so anyway, so we're, needs amendment. Okay. Okay. What's next? 121. Okay, now we get down to the afternoon. Okay. 121.
One pager
Yeah. I'm just trying to see where
in your pile.
my file. I thought I had it all in numeric order. Alright. Okay. All right. Do you have a copy I can just look at?
There you go, John.
Okay.
Between you and I.
Okay, so this is another one where my name is on it. Okay. I think we all pretty much generally agree we would not like the idea that this happens without legislative
Right.
input,
Agreed.
right? Everybody,
Yes, in addition to the fact that I believe this was the bill where Tyler indicated that there would need to be a 50%, give or take, increase in staffing or budget. So this
I was
goes, this, on two counts, I think this goes back for work.
I was just trying to give a kind of a comparison of the investment the state would be doing if they were to move forward with a state-based exchange. And that when you look at, if you ask the insurance department to do that, even at the low cost of a kind of a state-based implementation, that would be like a 50% increase in the insurance department's budget. But to the extent that we as a state are spending money on the exchange services, that's not an increase. I mean,
Right.
hopefully at the end of the day, we're saving money.
Right.
Right, but the department, so, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess, when you try to think about, why, well, I could say is the institutional knowledge, why we got where we were. And it was at that time when this was first occurring was, we were totally fearful of the software, and having the nightmare.
With good reason.
And I would say then going forward, when the last time we were kind of discussing this issue, that in terms of the federal versus state, the issue was, okay, we could save money, but we're somewhat vulnerable to a private company maybe charging more fees. Not, like as I said on my county delegation, the one thing that drives us nuts is that we upgrade our software and then they keep sending us, every year we have to do the licensure and and the fees they always get higher, right? But then I heard that for the first time out of the blue, whatever, that the federal government actually reduced its fee, right? It actually reduced its fee. So that gives you a nice, right?
Before they what? Before they increased it?
They didn't.
They decreased it and then increased it?
It had been, so it started low, it had increased up to about 3.5%, I think. And
Right.
do you want me to
And then sorry.
And then under Trump administration, it dropped to the point where it's going to be 2.25.
Right.
Now it's increased back to 2.5, and it's almost time for them to announce what next year's rate is going to be.
We don't know. Right. Okay.
So theirs is variable as well.
They're variable too. Right. So I would say
Choose
is
your
the
poison.
one issue where I was involved in terms of the Oversight Committee, which I guess used to be oversight over this. And just so everybody knows what that Oversight Committee, that was created by former Representative Manus. And his theory was that we didn't want departments applying for waivers without first having the legislature say whether we think it's a good idea or not. But because the legislature can't always be in session, that it was then to this committee, this Mother May I committee, was that HHS or the insurance department had to go to this committee and get approval before they can submit a waiver request. So I guess the issue for me was that it's always the balancing of, where do we stand as a state? Do we, where we are, the Affordable Care Act, obviously we were there before. But this key element of the Affordable Care Act that really did change was that the federal government was going to subsidize individuals and give them a discount, give them that subsidy. And the question I was always worried, it was always in the back of my mind, is the vulnerability of the state of we're have this program, we have it set up, someone goes in and doesn't get it, or the federal government or somehow the discount, they didn't get their discounted savings or something. Now the state has to act as an advocate for that citizen against the federal model, the federal, giving that rebate. I mean, you follow where I'm going with this? What do we call that discount? What do we call that?
Oh, I forget.
Advanced premium tax credit.
It's advanced premium tax credit.
Dear
Okay.
God.
Which is theoretically has to be approved by a federal agency, right? Can the state just say, we're going to give them this advance without having, at some point in time, the federal government has to say yes or no, that whatever whatever the software you got, who says this is what they're eligible for.
It does get trued up with your taxes, so that's one of the complexities in connection with IRS. And yeah, it's so it is what it is, advanced premium tax credit. You estimate your income for the year either too high or too low, then that advanced premium tax credit wouldn't be accurate at the end of the year. You'd have to still sort of true it
So
up
you
with
get
your
like a
taxes.
1099 or maybe something. You get a tax form on this,
Technically, you get tax form, yes, sir.
and then you just have to hope that when whatever withholdings you had from when your employer, when you filled out your W-4? Is that what you're saying, that withholding, whether you're holding right or not, and then you might have to pay more, or you get a check back with your,
I would say that's a good way to think of your advanced premium tax credit. It's a little like you're withholding from your paycheck. You hope you're estimating everything right, but at the end of the year, when you file taxes, you still may need to make an adjustment.
so if it was a state model versus a federal model, is that any different, or that's still the same?
So it's still the same, and the state's not in the middle of that. The negotiation, the determination of the eligibility for the consumer, for the citizen of that tax credit is happening in the technology system. So whether the technology system is the federal system or the state-run system, that eligibility determination is happening, and the negotiation and the transfer of those premium tax credits is happening between the federal government and the insurance carrier. So it's happening behind the scenes, and the consumer, the individual taxpayer, and the individual insured individual is not involved, and the state is not involved. So we're not in the middle of that, to your concern, in terms of.
What, I guess my concern is software handling it properly, but
Sure.
Representative Weston. Come to the mic. Okay, so yes, why don't you guys come up? Well, it might be the three of you, right? I don't know. Yeah, all three of you needs to get up. Yeah, right. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, it sounds like there are a number of issues that fall out under this
Right.
question,
Correct.
which suggests to me that we're not quite ready yet for prime time. We might not want to, and we're not comfortable doing it this way.
But I would say
I might
it's-
say philosophically,
Yeah.
in addition to the fact that I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for us to go back and argue what was argued back in 2010. Insurance historically has come under the powers that are reserved to the states, not delegated to the federal government. But we're already down this road, and we basically have a federal model now for at least part of the insurance universe. So, but the option is given for states to run their own. What's the right word here?
Exchange.
Exchanges, yes. The other item I think that's very troublesome here is that this bill is assigning studying the potential benefits of implementing a state-based exchange to the insurance department. And we've already heard from the insurance department that this would be a real onerous burden upon them in terms of time and personnel and cost. So I don't think this is a bad idea, and I actually like the idea of states running exchanges
Okay.
philosophically, but I don't think we're ready yet to do this.
Well, but again, yeah, so the insurance department would have to do the grunt work if we put this to study.
Yeah.
Anyway,
If we assign them the work of doing the
well,
study.
who else would do? Who else?
Well,
would do
that's
the
a good
work?
question. And what did the other states do? Did the other states assign their state insurance departments to do this? Can anybody answer that?
Right. Well, Tyler's.
Well, first I'd comment that, yeah, it would be quite involved for the insurance department to take the lead on this. And more likely than not, we would hire a contractor to assist the state in doing it. And we do have funds in our budget, but I think for an investment like this would be a line item in our budget. That would have to show up separately in order for us to really dedicate the resources necessary. But you're talking about a sort of very involved process with a lot of stakeholders, and I can't underestimate sort of DHHS's involvement in this because of the Medicaid program and the tie to it. But interest will come out, I think, on a number of different levels. And while we can act as a coordinator, I think beyond the resource concern is really sort of the insurance department weighing in with an opinion about whether or not the state should move forward. That's
That part
place
we
typically
that part
would
we
be.
don't think you should
No.
be involved in. You know, but that's the policy part that I think we all agree that, you know, that's our job to decide whether we should do it or not. So
Tyler-
that gets down to
So-
there are two ways
Follow.
to study this.
My follow. So, Tyler, do you know how other states have handled this same question at the origin, at the beginning of the procedure. I know there are small states that implemented state exchanges. I came from Rhode Island a number of years ago, where Rhode Island implemented a state exchange and had at the very get-go and had a lot of problems. I don't know how they did that, but I'm thinking in terms of state budgets, what's available, and I would think comparably we're looking at resources that are similar on a state level when we look at New Hampshire and Rhode Island as opposed to New York or California.
Yeah,
So can you answer
So
that?
insurance regulation is structured differently by state. Often
Yes.
it's combined with different organizations. New Hampshire being a smaller state, we don't have some of the entities that might exist in another state. Think health policy commissions. Even in Vermont, you've got a Green Mountain Care Board. So I think to the extent that a responsibility like this would be assigned to a particular entity, I'm not familiar with another state insurance department being the lead, perhaps as an example like that. But I think more likely you're sort of investing at the state level in kind of an entity that's going to take the lead on this and pull together all the interested stakeholders. You may have additional insight about how states sort of move the forward process.
Sure, Tyler. I would just add, I think Idaho might be a good example. Idaho established a state-based exchange that they call Your Health Idaho, and they established that as a standalone entity inside of the Idaho government. We could be happy to share additional information with you. It's also, of course, all available online. But as you think about studying this, whoever is performing that study, I think the one piece of advice that I would suggest is speaking to other states that have gone through this transition, because they've got that naturally. They have the expertise, they have the wisdom, they have the experience. They can tell you what went well, they can tell you what didn't go well. They can weigh in on pitfalls, things to be on the lookout for. But Idaho would be a good sort of comparable model. I don't have a lot of insight into how they handled it from a budget standpoint, but they would be a comparably sized state from an exchange standpoint.
My perception here is that this idea is not running into a stone wall. Thank you, John. Patusek, he's nodding his head, sir.
Yeah.
So I might ask a question of Tyler then, to do the kind of checking at the 4,000-foot level rather than at the ground level on the way that other states have gone about proceeding with a state exchange. Would that involve the same type of process that you outlined before if you were given full responsibility, or would this be a little bit easier and more manageable and you could do it with the resources that you have?
I think if you're asking basically just for an analysis of how other states proceeded forward and did the planning,
Yes.
that's within the scope of existing resources. The report I gave you, the cover page and executive summary to yesterday and sent the link around, that was about a $15,000 expenditure for the department to have them do basically a quick assessment of the risks and opportunities and look a little bit at what other states did.
Mr. Chair, do we have to make a formal request, or is this kind of like a person-to-person, you to somebody, or how do we do this?
I guess we have to deal with the legislation that's in front of us.
Sure.
Okay. So if we just interim study this,
Yes,
we could certainly ask the department to do that.
yes.
Okay. But key that I'm hearing is the fiscal note implication. Okay. Because theoretically that anything they do, and they're going to say want to hire to do it right, you really need to hire that outside consultant. Okay. And then anything they do, do we need to actually turn this bill into having an appropriation for the department to do this analysis? Or so that's where I guess and then obviously the issue was the way this bill was written was to full steam ahead.
Yes.
Okay, which means that we are agreeing to it, which I think that pretty much we're not there yet.
But you're saying if we
So-
want to interim study this bill
So-
so that this kind of an analysis can be done, we have to make it into a fiscal
But
note.
interim study, all the interim study is going to get to is at the end of the day, the interim study is, do we do we go forward with some legislation? And then maybe draw up a potential. It used to be go forward with a future as amended, but I think they got rid of that. I think now we just have either go forward or we don't go forward. That's the motion of anything that goes into some study. So that the question is, if we that would be the least. That would be, I guess, the least impactful in terms, certainly for us to figure out how we are with this at this moment. Otherwise, do we want to amend this bill to say, to give the department money, amend the bill with an appropriation, or charge the department with going forward to doing that analysis and creating potential legislation, so that the department will have something, get some work done, they'll have it, and then we would then see it come January.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have some other concerns. I mean, I totally support where we're going with this. It's not ready for prime time,
Right.
in my opinion. The question about interim study, do we have enough time to properly do the study within the time frame that we have left? Because we're at the end of a term, so I'm concerned about that. But I think there's also some ambiguity in what we want out of the study. It's not just a software implementation. There are issues, I think, that need to be defined, like if we are going to have a cost savings, where will that money go? I mean, they give you ideas like, oh, it could go to general fund or it could go here or there, but I really feel that before we could agree to move forward, we would have to define where that savings would go and how it would be used. And I personally would like to see that it somehow goes to reducing premiums or, benefiting the consumer. And none of that is here. This is, I heard the word flexible and nimble, and to me, that was like a red light going off, because this is just giving way too much, power for decisions to be made that we're not ready to make. So I have some serious concerns with this bill in general.
So you're leaning more to inexpedient to legislate?
I would agree to moving to modifying it or amending it to make it a study if I'd be okay with Tyler going ahead to do the analysis. But that's all I would feel comfortable with, and I can't really speak for the rest of. Do you
So-
What
want
do you
to?
think, Dina?
My concern is again the resources that Tyler talked about in terms of doing that. So I think that's real problematic.
Representative Greason?
I think Representative Fargo nailed it on the head. I can't shake my head in the affirmative of what she just said anymore. I like the idea of getting a little bit more information of how we go from what we have now to a state exchange. Philosophically, I'm on board with that. But there's got to be a whole lot more nuts and bolts in this before there has to be separate legislation to give the go-ahead. I think we need to define a little bit more clearly where these savings are going to actually go, and it needs to go back to the people because that's where the money came from. And so I wrote on this little chart, not to be disrespectful, but when he has on your combining savings with federal matching funds to support the existing reinsurance program, that's pie in the sky. That's sales pitch. And to save $4 million a year is $6.66 per month per enrollee. And I don't know, that sounds great, $4 million a year, but this is also not a timeshare program. And so when we get to the maintenance costs, what data is being collected by whom and for what purposes? So there are just way too many questions that we're going to have to answer to me before I would ever go forward with implementing it, but I'm certainly not opposed to doing it if we get the answers right. So
How do we do it?
how do we do it?
How do we do this?
Well, it's how far do you want to go? How far down we want to go? I mean, in terms of, do we want to keep changing this bill and writing all that stuff in it, or just interim study it and let us figure that out come September?
I like this bill as it is written right now. No way.
So it needs to be interim studied.
Okay.
It needs
But
rewording
interim study would work for me. We can get the right answers and then we come up with something.
if we get the right answers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But this is bigger than a bread box. Interim study, we don't have a lot of time to,
Yep.
Well, interim study we have that month and a half. So what we would be doing in that month and a
is
half
just revising this to
is-
be perhaps a study.
is, it could end up coming out that way, but that it would have in it an appropriation for the department to do its analysis work.
I think we're identifying specific areas that we want addressed. So I don't think that would take a lot of time.
Okay.
I think this could be, I hope I'm not being overly optimistic or unrealistic here, but I don't think that would really take a lot of time because we know what we're concerned about. We know what we want answers for. We just and we're
And we
done.
can always make a determination in interim study that we don't want to move forward with this and as well.
And
correct?
say not
course.
recommended for future.
All right.
And kill it.
So I before we just walked away, I do want to offer up that former Senator Bragdon did point out, and that what you were reading there, just that it was a sort of a bone to me, and that was that I was the one of the negative votes on the fact that we assessed everyone's insurance, everyone who had insurance. For all of us, let's call the fully insured, we all got assessed, and therefore we pay, I don't know, it's a couple dollars a year, I guess, or a month. Yeah. Okay. So $250. That turns into like $30 a year, right? So that we all make a contribution of $30 a year to help subsidize this market. So what he was appealing to me was that the savings would be to either repeal that or lower that dollar amount, so that all of us who are being taxed to help subsidize this, that we would get the relief. So I would say in that case, your
Spell it
question is
out.
where was the savings coming from? That was spelled out, correct? And so that it sounds like that would probably be maybe stuck into our recommendation come September when we make a
So, Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to move to interim study? I think we've got enough good heads to do this. I'm making a speech now, but.
And I'll second.
Interim study,
Okay.
sir.
Representative Terry, second by Representative Greason, is interim study. Okay. Any just yes. This is your last chance, right? To convince us not to do this.
No,
right?
no, not trying to convince you, just a process question. I'm trying to remember exactly how interim study works. So
Okay.
the interim study comes back with a report of we recommend pursuing this in the subsequent year, or we recommend not doing it.
Exactly.
And then when does that interim study report have to come out?
Interim study has to happen at the end of October. It's like November 1st or something like
And
that.
so there's nothing that says people can't get together between now and then and work on it early if they think it's important.
Anybody can work on it now.
Right now.
Obviously,
5 minutes from now.
I would highly recommend you start working on something so that by the time we get to interim study next September, you've got something that you would hope that we all can.
Right, and plus not only the report saying we should hopefully, from our perspective, do something like this, then there's also the work on a bill to do it, which would have to be filed.
Well,
shortly
so but see, we would say is again, you might be jumping the gun.
Yep.
That we would say is what you want to do is still going to be spending the money, that it should need to have an appropriation in it for the department to hire its consultant to figure out what this is going to cost and guarantee us that we'll get savings over the future, right? They gotta give us the risk analysis of how far, whether this really is real or not, and give us the risk of what's but that whatever that all that analysis work actually to me is then wouldn't be able to go into effect until after we introduce this bill in January that would have the appropriation. So yes, we're definitely pushing everything off a year here. Okay, because in that bill, it would then have the appropriation, it would have where the money's gonna go,
Yeah.
what we're gonna do, what's, and so then that gets signed, it gets put in the budget for next year, okay? So, assuming that that the department gets everything done, some through 2023, through the fall of 2023, so that means no new legislation would actually come in to actually implement it, if it were to happen, would be January of 2024.
And I want to make sure I understand. January 2024 would be,
Beginning of the bill that would actually
got it.
get us to buy into
So
that.
the bill
But
for-
with that point, we'll have a fiscal note that
Right.
says what this is really going to do.
the bill for 2023 is an appropriation of the department.
Appropriation
to-
and guidelines about what
do
we're
all
going to
the
do
work
and what our
necessary.
expectations about doing this.
Got it. Got it. Because they have a small appropriation now that could do a few little things, but to do the big thing would need a lot more and a specific line item. Here you go. Thanks.
And also the guidelines from us for wanting
Yeah.
whether we're and then you have the legislature bought in.
And we're happy to provide any assistance or resources you might need on that.
Is that everybody?
Yeah, so are you all feeling comfortable with the areas that we've identified as areas of concern for us, so that you don't walk out of here and say, I don't really know what they were talking about?
Oh, no, I think those are all legitimate concerns and questions that come up, I'm sure, often in other states as well.
Okay.
And yeah, and then, maybe others, but those were pretty clear.
I think Tyler just started the countdown to when his retirement starts.
No, he can't retire. We already lost too many people in the insurance department. We can't have him retired too soon.
The other comment that I might make with respect, we can't predict who's going to be here a year or two from now, but what you're hearing is interest on both sides.
Yes.
So that ought to provide you with some degree of encouragement that you're not going to go on a fool's errand in case the legislature flips to the
No,
other
one thing
party.
we've been very impressed by is the bipartisan support for the concept, right? The details you hammer out, but the concept, I've been very impressed by and you see your sponsor list is a bipartisan list of sponsors, so. Yes.
Okay. So the motion is interim study. Is the motion clear? All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Beautiful. All right. All right. Next is 319. Okay. Here we go. This one. Okay. All right. What are people thinking about this bill? I mean, we got a lot of negative letters, but that doesn't necessarily mean too much, other than some people found out that they can send emails to us legislators. So you have a Representative Burrows, you have a.
Yeah, I know that this bill is likely going to go down in here, but I will just say that I do think that this sets an important precedent. Whether COVID comes back or some other similar, we get some other similar virus in the future, I think it's important that insurance companies be able to provide these incentives, like we talked about, the wellness incentives for going to a gym or whatnot. And I think this will keep our insurance costs lower for everyone, and ensures that we have more beds in our hospitals when such a pandemic takes place.
Right. So, and I was, thinking about that too, because I kept saying, the health, this, the gym thing. And so evidently we do have something in our statute now about these wellness. Yes, you need to turn the mic on. Hey, Tyler.
Yeah, right. So wellness programs are permitted. Most of the guidance is federal, but it is an opportunity as long as it's not discriminatory, that carriers can embrace sort of a wellness type program that encourages you to do something and hopefully ends up with lower costs.
So the feds are the ones who really to blame for making this a fuzzy issue. Is that correct?
I wouldn't put too much blame on them. I think it does come back to just sort of the fundamental way, the way insurance works, and with all the, particularly since the ACA passed, protections around pre-existing conditions, protections around sort of consideration of health factors, and nobody really seems to want to see a wellness program that really is based on how healthy you are, not what you're doing. So that's that would be the concern about sort of any type of new vaccine or incentive type arrangement that's tied to it. I mean, is that a health factor or is it something the person did? And if it's something they did, it's wellness. If it's something that reflects their health status, that's more like a health factor and prohibited.
And that's something the legislature should decide? We should sort that out? Or how do we?
Yeah, we try not to provide a kind of an opinion around what the legislature should and shouldn't do, but
No, I'm saying, is it, at the end of the day, is that something that we really, that, well, they say we need to do it, is that it is appropriate for the legislature to referee this? So I'm saying, thinking about what Representative Rose just said, is what happens going forward? Okay, good, it's, that, because I hear that there will be another COVID pandemic probably within the next 10 years. So how do we do preventive legislation now so that when that occurs, that we don't have this issue again?
Yeah, I think that legislation like this does send the message that a wellness program that's structured like this is acceptable to the New Hampshire legislature. So I think that the department's in a place where we're looking at that federal guidance, we're looking at potentially discriminatory practices, but I think if a program like this today was developed, we would not be in a position to object to it. I'm not sure how much interest there is from the carriers at the moment, but then again, this is a potentially competitive area. If there is a carrier that wants to offer this to clients, wants the clarification, and they're the only one, they may not want to actually make that public. I mean, this, you kind of,
Right.
I just
So
think that,
how about the exchange? I mean, the marketplace. I was thinking we're supposed to call it the marketplace. Right?
yeah.
Is the marketplace included because that's federally?
Right. So remember what I said about wellness programs in general. They're permissible for the group market, but most of the time we're talking about the exchange, we're talking about the individual market.
Right.
You kind of get your small employer coverage there. So I think it's definitely a different set of issues.
So would it qualify for the individual market?
No, you would not be able to do a wellness program like this for the individual market, or a wellness program more generally.
So that is what I hate more than anything else. If we go past something and then find out there's a big chunk of people who can't take advantage of it, and then we'll get the letters saying why can't we, right? So Representative Burrows.
I'll just say one thing, and I'm prejudiced because I will say this. I'm married to a healthcare consultant who talked to about this, and our system is based on a sickness model rather than a wellness one. And we're I think it's 37th in the world in terms of our life expectancy, and our health institutions make more money when we're sick rather than doing preventative care. And I think that
That's a very good point.
thank you.
like
I
that.
think that this really falls into that, and I really think that we need to switch over to the wellness model. And there's so many things that hospitals and local healthcare centers can be doing.
I agree. I want to be clear. This isn't a mandate. This is, they may do it. It's voluntary. It's not telling anyone you have to. It's just giving people an incentive. And I heard Representative Van Houten yesterday. If we saved one life because someone got the vaccine to take advantage of this, then that's a good thing. So I don't have a problem with this bill, and I'm going to support it.
Okay. I think in my mind, it's appropriate to interim study it so that we can at least look at this wellness concept and not just as vaccines, but in overall wellness. So you had your hand up and
Yes.
you wanted to say
So,
something before?
question, each flu season, I receive an incentive from my insurance company, which is now Medicare, to go and get a flu shot and they're free.
What's the incentive that you get?
The incentive is that I don't have to pay for it, and I'm supposed to be preventing getting the flu,
Right,
and
okay.
they're not going to charge me for it. So did people pay for their COVID shots? Well, so if you don't want to get sick and you don't have to pay for something, To my mind, that's incentive enough without having to offer people another $50. I've already gotten in trouble once this week for speaking my mind, so I'm just going to be very diplomatic and say, I think we have sufficient incentives already for people to do what they would choose to do, because what I've just heard is you have to pay for it anyway. So thank you.
Okay. Representative Greason.
Oh, where to begin on this one?
Okay.
People-
Representative
pe-
Greason makes a motion of
people-
inexpedient to legislate. Let's just cut to the chase.
No, this is ITL.
That's what I said.
people-
Inexpedient to legislate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said interim.
No,
My bad. No,
I'm a
look.
quick study.
People who eat right and exercise and do all the quote healthy things still get diseases and die. People who eat multiple buckets of chicken a day and smoke multiple packs of cigarettes a day, consume copious amounts of alcohol, never even consider looking at a treadmill, let alone walking on one, live to be 90-something years old. There are people who did not get vaccinated and did not die. They got COVID and they got over it. Maybe they didn't get COVID at all. We don't know. You cannot prove in any way, shape, or form that the vaccine saved a life, because it would had to have been administered when you are in your death throes. They shoot it in your veins, and then poof, magically you're alive again. And that never happened. You cannot show where it saved a life. I got sick. I saved multiple tens of thousands of dollars because I didn't go to the hospital. Do I get an incentive? I wasn't on a ventilator. I didn't get remdesivir. I didn't put anybody out. But I also didn't get an opportunity to go get my cancer screenings or any of those other health checkups for over a year because my doctor wasn't even seeing his patients because I didn't have COVID at the time. This is all a bunch of poppycock.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
ITL all
it's
the
a little
way.
bit late, but I was going to caution my colleague and dear friend a little bit earlier on. He's going to get in trouble again.
Again.
if he does
Again.
it.
Okay.
I
So,
have DOA. Does that stand
Okay.
for ITL?
all right. So, okay. So Representative Greason, second by Representative Terry, moves inexpedient to legislate. And I will vote for this motion, but I'll tell you the reason why I'm voting for this motion is the ITL motion. I will vote for it because two reasons. One is I think it's a little Johnny come lately with this bill because I
That
think
too, yeah.
it's old news now. But more importantly, I actually, frankly, don't think the incentive is the issue at this point, because I think anybody who would have gotten the vaccine would have gotten it. Okay. And to suddenly pass this legislation to say, okay, by the way, some insurance company could decide that they're going to give you an incentive to do it. I don't think it'll change anybody's mind. That those people, all those people who refuse to get it are going to still refuse to get it. I mean, I've never heard more cockamamie ideas about why not to get the vaccine, just for the record. I think everyone should have the vaccine. I have no doubt in my mind that the vaccine absolutely reduced the amount of people who went into a hospital. Okay? Now, I realize that you might not agree with me on this. All right? But that is my personal opinion, that everyone should have gotten the vaccine and will. And right now, I'm just discussing with my wife when I should get my second booster. And I was kind of holding out for next fall, thinking that that's the time that I would probably need a booster. But I know I will need one. Okay, but I understand that's my personal opinion, and that's where I am. And I just think this bill has huge consequences. And that's why I think studying it and trying to figure out how we address this issue of wellness, I think is very worthy. And I would have kept, keep it around and work on it, but clearly that is not the mood that I get from this subcommittee.
You could change your mind.
So,
There are other ways to study wellness without using the vehicle of this bill. I'm ready to vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, right. Any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? All those opposed? Two. The vote is 3-2. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have to go testify.
Okay. All right. So Representative Weston, you're on. Okay. All right. Next up, establish a committee to study the oversight and operation of the public deposit investment pool. So this is our last one. All right. Okay. So let me see. Who do I have? I get it. All right. Greason. Okay. So Terry. And we have Fargo and Weston. Okay, so I just got off the phone this morning with former bank commissioner. And absolutely is true. Actually, he gave me the history because I always like the history. Let's start with the history. Okay. Evidently, this legislation was passed on my very first term on this committee. So that puts it back in 1989. 89. My very first term, just for the record, my very first term, I was on science and technology. And they had about 19 bills, and they were all anti-Seabrook, and I just couldn't get off that committee fast enough. So now that was long before Rennie. I mean, actually, I knew Rennie at the time because I was also a member of Ratepayers' Rights, and which he was a part of the organization. So I get to read. I met Bob Bacchus and Rennie Cushing long before I ever got into the legislature, because I agreed that we shouldn't be sticking people with a creep. It was having construction work in progress was definitely a problem. Any rate. This law was passed by Roland Berger, who was the bank commissioner at the time. His wife was a state senator, if I remember correctly, Sheila. And he came in and said, "This is back when the first banking crisis. You know, I think we blame this banking crisis actually on Ronnie Reagan and Rostenkowski because of the Tax Act that was changed in 1988. And in that Tax Act, they took away the deductibility of mortgage deductions, not mortgage, but business corporate write-offs. And so that was a dramatic impact. And it was fearful that our banks were going to lose money hand over fist. And that would mean all these municipalities the municipalities are going to get caught in the middle of, that they would pass on those losses to those people. And we did have, I was the original bank in New Hampshire, I think, failed at that time or had to be renegotiated. Yeah, so I think they'd say anything. So I think there was some truth in what he was saying that we need to do that. So when we were discussing this in terms of the fact that yes, the banking department. Did you guys do any homework about what other states do? Were you able to? Okay, yeah. Why don't you come and talk to us? And in terms of other states, nobody else thought it was a great idea for the banking department. And I'm sure that the only person who thought it was a great idea was Roland Roberts at the time. He was a financial institution sold it, they said. Right. So
based on our research, there are 45 local government investment pools within the United States.
Okay.
And as I said yesterday, New Hampshire is the only state which is housed under the authority of the banking department for oversight. The majority of the states that have these, they're under the state treasurer. I think that probably about 40 of them. Otherwise, there are in municipal, sort of like local government boards, but majority is the state treasurer that oversees this. I did provide, I emailed it on to the committee, so I apologize, I did it.
But so
during
the
that.
majority is under state treasurer's
Yes,
office.
but
Right.
we have a breakdown list of each state, the name of it, as well as where it is.
Right. Okay. So the upshot is that, yes, that what we really want to do is two things. A is we want to move it out of banking and put it under the state treasurer's office. And B, we want to, we really want the municipal association, the people who are the ones who are making these deposits, we want to restructure it so that this is really their entity, not necessarily a state entity. And just kind of, get it as much like other states do in terms of who should be operating it. So that's pretty much, that's where where I ended it with the conversation with Jerry. That's where I walked away. Not saying that that was his idea, but I'm gonna own it. That was what where I'm at this moment, thinking that we the way the bill's written now, it talks about how whether the banking department should still be involved. But it doesn't really talk about this concept that I'm promoting, is that at some point in time we need to separate it from this as sort of a spin-off. We need to spin this off as a separate entity. So I guess for those who care about this bill, Ryan, would you want to do that as an interim study, or would you want to do it as rewrite this bill to give it those guidelines and have a joint House and Senate? Okay, so in other words, basically, the problem I have with the language as it is right now, and obviously I'm speaking for myself, so other members of the committee might have a different opinion, is that I think we need to give a more powerful charge to that committee, okay, in terms of a tasking. Okay, the tasking we are saying we want this to be moved out of banking, moved into the treasurer's office, A, and B, we want it to have the appropriate the entities really be changing it rather than this being the state, calling it PDIP, right? Or that it needs to be set up like other states have done, which is the board of directors is the municipal, the associations that are the ones who are using it. It could still be, it could be any one of the three. Okay. All right. How do other, what are you thinking?
When you say keeping it as a study, you mean the bill?
Rather than interim studying it. He wants to get senators' buy-in.
So I think, well, once again, speaking personally,
Yes.
as you did, Mr. Chairman, I agree with your sentiments. I think we ought to, in this case, thank the representations that we see from other states as being instructive and inspirational with respect to a change here, the way we do this in New Hampshire. Prior to coming in this morning, I was thinking about this and thought, yes, it should be the treasurer. This should come under the treasurer, and whose responsibility is overall oversight of funds here in New Hampshire. And the depositors, if you will, our favorite word these days is stakeholders. Right. How they're appointed or elected, I'm not down to that level yet, but it needs to be a representative group. And I think that whether they're appointed or they're elected, we can debate that, but it ought to be that group.
That governance.
That governance, yes,
Right.
to govern, yes.
Representative Beeson.
Am I understanding correctly that the fund, this PDIP fund, PDIP, is not just municipalities, but there are some private entities that have monies in there that are managed?
No
private.
No private.
No private.
No private would want to do this.
Public trust.
No private would never want to do
Yeah,
this.
no. Okay. I just want to make sure
Okay.
whose money's actually in there, because what I would be concerned about with the management or the control of these funds is you have municipals. You go for anywhere from Manchester to Wentworth, New Hampshire, And I would hate to see a whole bunch of Wentworths being dominated by the interests of a Manchester. And so it just becomes a steamroll. We're going to manage the way we want to manage it. Take it or leave it. So there needs to make sure that whoever is going to have oversight over this is truly representative of all of the depositors, the stakeholders, whatever. I hate that term, but anyway. And then I also would want to make sure that given that and I don't know if it's already codified somewhere in statute, I haven't seen it, but I know that an executive order, presidential executive order, was done back in January of last year that removed a requirement that these types of managers had a fiduciary responsibility to the investors, so that it was removed, and therefore would leave vulnerable, because it would allow them to make financial decisions in investments that may or may not actually be to the best interest of the investor, but that would pursue some other motivation. So the return on the investment is not always guaranteed to be maximized unless it is by the direction of the depositor, who may say, I want it to go in that direction versus another way. So I want to make sure that whoever's managing these funds is actually obligated to maximize the return. And I'm not saying that's not a criticism of who's handling it now. I don't know, but my concern is to make sure that they are obligated to be fiduciaries of this money, obligated to the investor.
I think they're pretty well.
Well, I don't want pretty well. I want it codified in law.
Okay. Well, I mean, I bet you if you
Only
it's
because
in the law now. Does it
only
say
because of the
prudent
presidential
person?
executive
What does
order.
it say in the statute now? I'm looking at you. What does it say in your PDIP now? Does it say anything about investment responsibilities in the current? Right. But is that written in the statute, or is that written in only in that agreement you have with the people who are doing the?
Yeah. And again, it's only because of the presidential executive order that was removed. That requirement was removed. And so I want to make sure that we are making sure that they have that obligation.
I know that, I think I know what you're referring to from the standpoint of being an individual investor. There was a big debate around that, and I'd have to go back and do the research on that. Mr. Chair, but on the issue of representation on the commission or committee,
Right.
and speaking to Representative Greason's concern about small banks or investors not being represented, I think as we get down now, to drill down deeper here, that we might want to consider if we're not going to be the appointive body, or the treasurer is not, that if we have that concern, that we need to be specific about that in terms of providing the requirements as to who shall be represented. And there shall be representatives from banking or institutions or municipalities of small, medium, and large size. I'm just thinking of sodas right now.
Okay,
But
so here-
that is that. I think that addresses Representative Greason's concern. If in fact there would be an issue that the larger municipalities and banks would dominate if they were appointed, or particularly if they were elected, and that the smaller communities, smaller institutions, smaller municipalities could be left out. We've seen this happen over and
Okay.
over again.
So I just
we
wanted
need
to
think about that.
I think you guys have a little bit of the cart to get ahead of
Yes.
the horse around the. Because what I'm thinking is the same issue we had before with the state-based thing. All we're saying at this point is that we want to create a study committee that is charged to go look what these other 44 entities look like, and pick one and recommend it for future legislation come January. At that point in time, you can then make sure you get the fiscal responsibilities written into that statute when we revise that bill.
Yes, and what we're doing is we're already starting to do that work, so I agree with you, yes.
Okay.
Back on the prior question, yes.
Okay. How does everybody feel about that? That makes sense that we would just go back and look at what other states are doing and charge a legislative study committee, 3 House members, 3 senators, and just we'll revise that language to really tell them to focus in on looking at what other states have accomplished or are doing, and whether we go ahead and say state treasurer, like we could probably say that in it.
So would you suggest then an amendment to this?
Yes.
Now, my real concern is this delivery date of November 1st of 2022.
Right. So basically what we would be doing is this would be a study committee that would meet this fall. Now this would be outside, because it's not an interim study. This would be outside of our committee.
Right.
So 3 selected people would be chosen. And I know Representative McAleer has already told me that he wants to be the Dem and for the House side. And we would basically, they would then go and look at all the different options that are out there in terms of what other states are doing.
Okay.
And then pick and choose which one they like best. And then that would come in as legislation for come next January.
Okay, so you'll draft an amendment to this that we can move this
Exactly.
along now, and we can keep this date.
That date, exactly. Okay,
That
Representative.
would work.
I think with inflation being at maximum levels, rate of return is going to be an issue because municipal budgets are going to get steamrollered with inflation. So rate of return would be something I would be interested in these other 40 states. Is that possible to collect maybe that data?
Yes, I could see you typically, their public annual reports, so I could look through and see if I could find.
Yeah, they
what
are
might
Republic
have.
reports, that's
Yeah,
correct.
what they would have in the various other states.
But
Annual.
include that in the charge of the study committee as one of the things to look at. Right?
Yes, yeah, I
Got that, Ryan?
we'll go look through.
Because you're in charge of writing this amendment.
But just to note, as to Representative Lee's question regarding fiduciary obligations, there is so there's federal law that also is, so like the Investment Advisor Act of 1940, these investment advisors owe a fiduciary obligation, as well as then is delineated
Right.
within the contracts and our RFP.
Okay. So,
So, you referenced what, the federal,
The Investment Advisory Act of 1940, so there's securities laws which require investment advisors, in this case PFM, to uphold certain fiduciary obligations, as well as in our RFP.
all investment advisors?
Yes, yeah, and they are registered.
So are you familiar with what Representative Greason was alluding to or describing, and that I confirmed is that there was a change that was made within the last couple, 2 or 3 years, where financial firms did not have to be fiduciaries any longer?
So my understanding, I am not
There was a
familiar.
big debate around that, and you're not familiar with that?
No, I
Okay,
apologize.
well,
It's not my
I've
Well,
never heard of
area.
that.
We'll need,
You
it
guys need to
happened.
let us see that.
So we'll need to interact with you on that so that
executive
you're
order?
aware of that,
Certainly.
because if there's a federal statute and it applies, then I don't understand what happened, and we'll need to get to the bottom of that. Thank you.
Yes, and then it's also addressed in our contracts too, so that would override.
Well, that would override
Yes.
any, yes.
Okay. So we'll not take action on this, and we'll have the amendment and take action on this next Thursday. And what I'll do is, you'll get me that amendment. We'll start working on this over the weekend so we can get something out to everybody sooner rather than later. Okay? All right, that's it. I think we're done.
Work session is done.
You got your master's job.
Yeah.
If they don't, I'll blame you. We went in yesterday, so. Right. Yeah, why don't we do that? That sounds like a good idea. Find a place for my glasses here.
Hold on a second. Thanks, Ed. Right, so when you say that, so I'm Leo Frazier, was the chair. So Frazier and who was the chair of they said, get it done. Well, this goes to show. To create a state entity. By who? At that time, who's that? Right. Seven banks. But I know there was. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I got. Why is doing it? Jeff Ravens. Almost good done. And he's got. So what you did want.
So I'll make two changes. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's gonna work, he's gonna work and I'll get through it once I get.
Great, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss.
Exactly, we're not there yet.
All right.
We're not there yet. We'll get you.
All right.
Yes, I'm just kidding. Some. No, I'm out. I didn't take the call from Bob. No. Okay. Requested, council club. Oh, the
just asked me that. I see him in the, I see him in the convenience store, post office. Do you want to hear my funny Gene sandwich story? Sure. So, I just told him this one. So, what I want, never. So the first time I saw him,
Because I get the daily news and NPR, and HPR. So they have this picture, and the picture, so you can tell it's clearly not dark and like that. And in the picture, actually, Christy Bartlett's in the picture. Okay, and she should pull out, I don't forget to send her. So, but everybody's like, I really everybody in the picture. Chandler there, and Sean Jasper, so I sent it to Jean, and Frank Stone, he's sitting out there, and I sent it, and I hadn't heard back to it. The busy responded, and I was saying is, that I said, I assume Terry was in the chair, because they're all sitting on the floor. Yeah. And, so they, funny, they said the response, but I said, I told them, they were all sitting there.
yeah, I mean, I don't roll that way, but yeah.
Today. Yeah. See, the Senate is on the other hand, there can be a net one minute. Then you're almost. Oh, by the time you do it, it's still, you don't ever have to say, well, you have to wait. Sure. And maybe that's the maybe that's the method behind it. It's not just working, or it's not working. So now I know we completely disregard the line. Just come here and do it. business we have there. How it's done, that way, we're all set, right? Always that. We just met with all.
I was. I intended to go home, but then somebody told me, oh, by the way, there is banking in the afternoon.
But evidently, I got my own software.
Oh, yeah, that's there must be a polar retort. We haven't seen that. Oh, oh, well, it's actually.
It's all good.
But they're not.
I missed those things.
But I mean, did they have it?
Insurance, nothing to talk Anyway, we missed you. Yes, how we doing?
Yeah, I would have.
Here, no, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys can worry about Chanel number 9. That's all the way.
The kerfuffle with,
Okay, I'll sort it out. Oh, you want to be tag team? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We want to start on time because I got to get out of here and head down south for my son's wedding this weekend. All right.
we're out by 3.
So, Harwich
Harwichport.
Port. The golf club, Wisconsin, I don't know. Those Indian names are. Okay. So 160, Senate Bill 160, and we'll hear from Grant Bossy, who's standing in for Senator Bradley, who is sitting in an airport in Florida, waiting to get a flight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. The Red Sox and Yankees got canceled because of weather today. So did the Senate Majority Leader. He appreciates your understanding and courtesy. My name is Grant Bossy with the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 160 FN on behalf of its prime sponsor, Senator Jeb Bradley. This bill deals with multiple employer welfare arrangements, or MIWAs. Currently, several multiple employer welfare arrangements exist in New Hampshire. This bill would strengthen the existing statutes concerning MIWAs. The Federal Department of Labor rule permitting the expansion of these arrangements is currently suspended. However, if they were ever reinstated, New Hampshire would find itself at a competitive disadvantage. In committee, at the request of the New Hampshire Bankers Association, the committee amendment removed line 19 on page 2 of the original bill to ensure that existing plans are not inadvertently impacted or forced to dissolve. If you have any questions, I would defer to others testifying, or I can get your questions to Senator Bradley and make sure he gets an answer back to you. We ask for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 160. Thank you.
Great, and we would appreciate that written testimony because I evidently don't have a clerk. So,
Fair enough.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions here for? Yes, Representative
Real
Herbert.
question.
You do know what a MIWA is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put your light on. Senator Bradley, there are no other co-authors or sponsors of this legislation?
I believe he was the prime. I don't know if there were co-sponsors. I don't believe.
Evidently, he was the only sponsor. Yes.
Evidently, he was the only sponsor. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. That was an easy question. Okay, so just so everybody knows what a MIWA is, thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
Actually, who else is testifying on this bill?
Don's got a question.
Okay, Curtis. So, well,
Chair?
Curtis is on his way. Yes, Representative Johnson.
As someone new, can someone explain to
I
me
will-
what
I will explain it
Okay,
right now.
thank you.
Okay. So, let's see. Who else was in the room when this happened? Senate Bill 711. Tara, were you in the House when? Yeah. So Tara and I were in this room when 711 was introduced, which is the original Affordable Care Act for New Hampshire, and there was when we tried the law that Senator Shaheen sponsored, the MIWA was organizations that had already pre-existed. The organization had pre-existed prior to our reform of the statute in terms of community rating and what it was occurs. So there was the bankers, the auto dealers, and the motor transport. Can't forget the motor transport. And they, all three of them had a health insurance plan that was created by that organization. So we had a carve out of the legislation that allow for this MIWAs, which is multiple employer. So you have multiple employers. When you think of a car dealer, there are multiple car dealerships, multiple employer, the organization and the Bankers Association, same thing, that they were coming together. They had an association. So that was one of the most important things. The association had to exist prior to it, and that they happened to come together and have a health insurance product, and they would be exempt from the 711 and the community rating requirement and everything, because they would do that within themselves, within the organization. But the key number there was 3,000 lives. And that's very important to remember, the 3,000 lives, because often when we came back to revisit this legislation, years and every year, it was always about what was the key element that made them legitimately separate, for them to be exempted out of the statute. And so now Curtis Berries, who represents the Retail Association, who at the time did not have a MIWA created and have always thought about creating a MIWA. And we've always been told is as long as you had 3,000 lives, you could join the club.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Curtis Barry here on behalf of the New Hampshire Retail Association. First, to remind you that Retail Association in New Hampshire is made up of both large national chains and several hundred New Hampshire-based businesses, and it's on behalf of the latter group, that I appear here today. Before I begin my very brief remarks in response to the observation that there's just one sponsor of the bill, I'll point out that the bill came out of the Senate committee 5-0, with 5-0 ought to pass recommendation and passed on a voice vote, so seemed to have fairly unanimous support over in the Senate. Among the small business members of the Retail Association, one thing that they've said to me that I've heard this is my 23rd year representing the association, it's been fairly consistent. Among the top, if not the number one impediment to hiring people, is the rapidly rising cost of health insurance premiums to provide the benefit for their employees. This year, that's exacerbated by the fact that they're having to pay 10%, 15%, 20% more just to hire people. And yet the small group insurance premiums they're experiencing are north of 10% increases year over year. And unfortunately, what that means is when they're providing a benefit, they're reducing the benefit that they're provided, possibly. They're passing along some of the increased costs to their employees in higher co-pays, higher co-insurance, those sorts of things. So it's a shared cost that seems to be really unsustainable. I'm glad, Mr. Chair, that you answered that question, because I'm certainly no expert in MIWAs or association health plans. And I guess my testimony is focused on the purpose, which is to help small business attain a more affordable healthcare coverage and new coverage options, so that they can continue to provide a robust health insurance plan benefit for their employees. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm going to guess the insurance department's going to be much better qualified than I. And they're not here?
MIA? Oh, okay. Did you put a card in?
Oh, gee.
Okay, no problem. Yes. Well, thank you for bringing those over for me. Okay. Any questions for Curtis Berry? Yes, Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And thank you for testifying. Could you give us an idea of the approximate number of smaller businesses that might be in this association?
In our association?
Your association,
Yeah.
yes.
The association has 900 I think a little bit over 900 member locations. And 90, the last time I checked, around 90% of them were New Hampshire-based businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Curtis.
Thank you.
Okay, now Michelle Heaton from the Insurance Department, who takes no position on the bill.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
My name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel with the New Hampshire Insurance Department. And as you said, we don't take a position on this bill, but we're here to provide some background information and answer questions I gather a lot of you may have about MIWAs. So just to give you a little bit of background, a MIWA is a multiple employer welfare arrangement, and this is defined in federal statute under the ERISA law, which is Department of Labor is the one who oversees it. And MIWAs are employee welfare benefit plans or other arrangements which are established or maintained for the purpose of offering or providing health benefits to eligible employees of 2 or more employers to their beneficiaries. A lot of confusion comes about between what a MIWA and an AHP, an association health plan, is. An association health plan is a type of MIWA. So they are very similar but we use different terms to talk about it. And part of that is because in June of 2018, the Department of Labor promulgated rules that expanded the definition of employer. These rules were later 11 states in the District of Columbia challenged these rules, and on March 29th, 2019, the U.S. District Court in the District of Columbia issued an order vacating the bona fide association and working owner provisions of those rules. They found that those rules exceeded what has already been defined in the ERISA statute of what an employer is. So at that time, the decision was appealed, and it was pending appeal when the administration changed. Once the Biden administration came in, they filed an abeyance. So currently that is still held in abeyance. Since there's a new administration, they're evaluating what to do. So that's where the idea of association health plans came about, and that's where a lot of that terminology came. So there was a period of time where there was this expanded opportunity where these association health plans would qualify as a MIWA. That's kind of what this bill, I believe, is addressing. So to the extent that that court decision were to later be appealed and overturned, or the Department of Labor were to go back and do rulemaking to adjust those definitions, maybe to better comply with what's in the ERISA statute, this bill or our law would be in place to address those issues. So MIWAs, it's a very complicated subject, so I will try my best to answer your questions, but that just gives you a little bit of background. One more thing I want to point out is that your ability to establish a MIWA does not necessarily equate your ability to purchase group insurance, and especially when we're talking about major medical insurance. In order to qualify as a large group, that large group definition is in the public health statute, not in ERISA statute. And that public health statute says that it has to be an employer of 50 or more, 50 plus employees in order to qualify as large group. So that's different. And I think some of the confusion where this comes about is that there's a lot of smaller employers that would like to band together to create a MIWA, thinking that they're going to get this large group rate, and that's not the way it works. Even if you're can band together as a MIWA, you're still rated at the amount of employees each individual employer has. So they still would be rated as a small group. So those are some of the highlights, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so my question is, this is how many pages here? So at the end of the day, the not to be confused with the MIWAs and not to be confused. The idea, the original idea of the affiliations was, is could a chamber of commerce have all its members join, because they're all members of the chamber, could they then do a health arrangement? So what's in this bill as pertain to that political concept?
So this bill amends. I have to find the right position. Again, we did not draft this bill, so we're just here to providing some background information. But the idea is that a chamber of commerce, if under the Department of Labor rules that this court has set aside, would have allowed like a chamber of commerce to get its members together to develop
Create a-
this group employer. So it is
Correct.
expanding the definition of employer. And part of what was set aside in those rules too is that an employer could be a self-employed individual. That is different than the way.
That was the realtors wanted that one.
Yeah, so that's different than how the Department of Labor had previously been interpreting that. It had to be an you as a sole proprietor plus one employee.
Right.
So this would allow a lot of sole proprietors to band together to establish a group. But those rules have been held in abeyance for now.
See, that's a legal term that I don't know what that means. That
Well,
means
the rules were struck down. The certain portions of the rules, so those portions relating to the definition of an employer, were struck down and are not enforceable. And the appeal is just being held, so it hasn't been vacated. It could still proceed, but right now the government has asked that we just put a hold on things while they reassess the situation. And it could be that they do eventually decide to move forward with that appeal, or they could go back and amend their rules through rulemaking. There's a
Okay.
lot of indecision right now.
But if this bill is being passed in expectation of this issue being resolved, I guess I want to know what was the outcome out of, what is the outcome of this bill and what is it saying? Is it allowable for a chamber of commerce to organize and create an affiliation? Of course, under New Hampshire law, they need to have 3,000 lives. Is that still in here? 3,000 lives still in here? I mean, there's a lot of pages here. You don't expect me to read this, do
The
you?
way it it has bona fide pathway 1 and bona fide pathway 2. That's what mirrors those Department of Labor rules. And the bona fide pathway 2 has a number of factors. So it could be the Chamber of Commerce doesn't even necessarily meet the pathway 2 requirements. It's a case-by-case determination based on the facts of the association. And there's a number of factors that go into it. I think the idea with this bill is that if it passes, in the current state, it's not going to really change much. But if the federal rules issue gets resolved, we will have something in place that would allow those types of associations. And I also want to point out that
Will allow it. That's the key
Yes.
word. Would
And-
allow it.
so our MIWA law that's currently in place right now
Right.
is only applicable to a self-funded MIWA. So if you're a MIWA, but you're purchasing commercial insurance, our MIWA law is not even
Doesn't even
applicable
cover
to you.
them.
You're
That
more
is
of a
correct.
purchasing alliance, and we have a separate statute for that.
Correct.
And so this would only be for self-funded, and the reason we regulate the self-funded is because we want to make sure their financials are in order. And
Okay.
but they're also regulated at the federal level through the Department of Labor, because they would be ERISA plans as well.
Okay. Representative Herbert has a question.
My question is, I heard somebody talk about the fact that, there was an expenses have gone up most recently, and it's becoming more and less affordable to have the same type of benefit. So my question to you is, if the federal government took over the universal health care and made universal health care and took all those expenses off the budget of these various businesses, would they like that?
I'm not really in a position to comment on that.
I think the answer is pretty clear.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you very much. Okay. Is there What else do I have? I don't have any more cards, right? That's it? Is there anybody else want to testify? Okay, we will, how about, do we have the overnight pink blue sheets? Chris?
Chris, go. The computer blue sheets.
Okay, we won't worry, but in committee, we only had one name on the blue sheet. And she already spoke. So, well, that, I will close the public hearing. And hopefully Tyler will be around for the when we do this. We will be subbing this next week. Okay. Right. So the big idea is, what's the actual outcome? What side does this fall on? Or is it just simply whichever way the court comes out, this will allow it to happen? That's what I love about a lawyer. That's what I love about lawyers. We have a running joke in this committee: ask 5 lawyers and you get 6 answers. Then you're going to have to fix it in the rulemaking, right? Okay. All right, next bill, 373, relative to coverage for certain mental illness. Okay, 373, we'll start out with Grant.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I remain not Jeb Bradley. My name is Grant Bossy with the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 373 on behalf of Senator Bradley, its prime sponsor. Senator Bradley introduced this bill at the request of the Insurance Department to require that insurers submit a mental health benefit comparative analysis consistent with federal requirements to ensure they are in compliance with mental health parity requirements. The bill also removes a state permissible maximum coverage cap for autism. This section would be preempted by federal mental health parity laws, but could cause confusion if it were left in the state statute. The bill also removes the requirement that the department develop rules for autism coverage, opting for the enabling may language instead. Existing federal rules provide the necessary regulatory structure at this time. Michelle Heaton of the Insurance Department is here to give us more complete understanding of the changes, and I would defer any questions of the committee to her. Thank you for consideration of this legislation. Senator Bradley asks for your support of Senate Bill 373.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And got a card this time. Right. Michelle Heaton from the Insurance Department. Hello again.
I'm Michelle Heaton from the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel. So we requested this legislation and are in support. There are 3 parts to this bill, but the last 2 are more essentially administrative cleanups. So for the first part, New Hampshire was one of the first states to perform a market conduct examination related to health parity compliance. At the end of the exam 2 years ago, we entered into a monitoring agreements with Anthem and Harvard Pilgrim because there were red flags that came up and we could not conclude at the time that a violation had taken place. Those monitoring periods have currently been extended another year, so they're still ongoing. The formal market conduct exam process is lengthy, confidential, and resource intensive. This is not always ideal for transparency, effective use of resources, and other issues. The legislation clarifies that the parity compliance work can take place in tandem with the new federal government requirements more efficiently. The mental health parity requirements are frequently misunderstood. Mental health parity requirements are found in federal law and essentially require that the financial requirements and treatment limitations applicable to mental health or substance use disorder benefits are no more restrictive than those applicable to medical surgical benefits. APIA is applicable to all health plans in both the individual and group markets and does not mandate benefits, only parity of the benefits offered. However, the ACA does set minimum benefits for mental health by including and substance abuse treatment as it is an essential health benefit. So the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 amended MAPIA to add new federal reporting requirements that carriers are expected to comply with. So for each NQTL, which is a non-quantitative treatment limit imposed, the insurer must prepare a comparative analysis that includes at minimum a clear description of the NQTL, identification of applicable plan terms and policies, identification of the specific mental health, substance use disorder, and med-surg benefits to which it applies, identify any factors, evidence, standard sources, strategies used and considered in the design and application, and then detailed analysis demonstrating that the NQTL is applied as written in operation are comparable for mental health and the med-surg benefits. So what we would like to do is, instead of having to do frequent mental parity examinations, we would like to take this report and be able to analyze this along with the Department of Labor, who is also going to be doing this analysis, and as well as CMS. And we envision this information becoming public, and it aligns our efforts to streamline the reporting obligations on the carrier and strengthen the ability of the NHID and the federal government to identify violations consistently. This would be a major step forward in ensuring mental health parity coverage requirements are met. Second, the section removes what looks like a permitted cap on autism treatment. This provision would most certainly be preempted by federal laws, and it's not clear, but that's not clear to the readers of the statute. So we're requesting to remove it to avoid any confusion. And then finally, we would like to change shall to may. The NHID does not believe that rules are necessary, and that's why none have been promulgated, but in a recent LBA audit, it was identified as a deficiency that we did not have rules. If the federal guidelines were to disappear, then we would be in a position to promulgate rules. So we ask that you act upon this legislation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. In other legislation, we use the words shall adopt rules as necessary, and that seemed to pacify objections. It's a shall, but only as necessary. So you change from shall to may, which that always opens a can of worms. Would it be amenable to, if we were to change back to shall, but then put it as necessary? Because you just said that it's possible that federal rules could change and then it may become necessary. So what if we amended this to say shall as may be necessary?
That would be fine.
Okay. I know it's nitnoid, but we did it in another piece of legislation, so I just wanted to see if we'd be consistent.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that we're not being forced to promulgate rules when they're not necessary.
Okay, any other questions? No. Okay, Representative Herbert.
If you could go through the explanation for the rule, you ruled out Section 3, Part 2, Section 3, in order to put in a cap, or for this particular type of autism. I'm a little confused as to what what you intend to do by taking that out.
So this autism provision, originally when the statute was passed, it was pre-ACA. So there were treatment limitations put in there. Once the ACA was passed, ACA federal law would likely preempt any of these treatment limitations, but they're still in our statute, and it can cause some confusion because people will look at it and think that you can have treatment limitations when really federal law would prohibit you from doing that. So we're just trying to clean up the statute to make clear that you cannot have treatment limitations on autism.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. are there other developmental disorders besides autism that have caps on them? Or is autism the only one? I wondered if it needs to be broader than just one particular
This particular
condition.
statute here is specific to autism.
I see. So we don't have, but I wonder if you could let us know later or something if there are others that we might have to come back and address in the future, so that if that's the case, we could do it all now.
So this is a health insurance mandate that did get passed while I was here, and so the limitations were put in because what this was a mandate that insurance companies have to reimburse a school district. And so at that time, to make it seem less, minimize the mandate that these dollar amounts were put in. So yes, this is the only mental disability health insurance mandate that we have. And yes, it would be the only one with dollar limits. And the reason I say that is that because there's plenty of other statutes that have dollar limits, like hearing aids have a dollar limit, medical durable goods have a dollar amount limitation. So there are plenty of other, limitations. But in this case, this was related to just this mandate, and it was, and that was what was passed here in New Hampshire.
Yes, and in the mental health statute, the chapter 417E, this is the only one that has those limits. But
Yeah.
in other statutes for other mandates, there could be.
Okay. Let's see. Thank you Representative Bilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, did you ask for this bill to be brought forward? The
It
insurance-
would, yes, the insurance department.
Okay.
It's,
I'm sorry.
Hi.
So, sorry. Representative
Thank you for
Fargo.
your testimony again. And, my question is, on the very first change, I see that a sentence was removed that says such examination and evaluation shall include provider reimbursement practices. Is there a reason why that was stricken?
So provider reimbursement practices are one NQTL, but there are many others. We didn't want to be limited to looking just at provider reimbursements. We didn't want to imply that that's the only NQTL we would be looking at. But the mental parity exam we just completed was specific to provider reimbursement.
Yes, further question, we inquire.
I think it's really important that that stays there because that's been something we've addressed in other discussions on other things. I would hate to think that we would go through this and not provide that information. And I think without it being in statute, it could be passed by. So,
There are other sections of RSA 417E1 that do include specific requirements for provider reimbursement.
Okay.
So amending this particular section, I don't think is going to cause that problem, but we can look at amending language if necessary.
thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, does anybody else would like to testify on 373? I have a Jake Berry from New Futures in support of the bill. And we have the blue sheets that turned white. Okay. So 373 had 6 people in support and none opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing for 373. Yep, no problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I promise this will be my third and final at bat for Senator Bradley. We expect Senator Susie to come over for the next bill. My name is Grant Bossy from the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 385FN on behalf of Senator Jeb Bradley, its prime sponsor. This bill was filed at the request of the banking industry to help combat the financial exploitation of senior citizens and other vulnerable individuals. Financial exploitation can be very hard to detect, but even if a local bank suspects that something is wrong, that somebody is being taken advantage of, they lack the authority to do anything about it, to notify anybody that they think one of their customers is being taken advantage of. If passed, this bill would give financial institutions the ability to place a short-term hold on the disbursement of funds if they thought exploited activity had occurred. In committee, senators worked with the banking department, HHS, the AG's office, the banking industry to address some technical concerns and deliver a bill that they think is ready for your consideration. In committee, this received the support of 54 people for it, none against. Nobody opposed the bill. Throughout the process, it was just a matter of sanding and polishing to get it into the shape it is now. I would defer questions to the industry and to the departments. I would add that there was an amendment adding a reporting requirement, asking those departments to report to you, to the Senate, to the governor, how many of these exploitation reports have taken place and what steps, if any, they recommend to further prevent financial exploitation in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you for your consideration. We ask for your support of Senate Bill 385.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Grant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Okay, so Brad Kulizag? Absolutely, Chrissy. I was kind of pausing. I says, what should I have? His lobby or his association or him first? But we always try to do constituents first, so that's why we were gonna invite him up first. But yes, since you both are affiliated with the same institutions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. My name is Christy Merrill. I'm president of the New Hampshire Bankers Association. And with me today, I also have Brad Kulaks. And Brad is Regional Vice President of Retail Banking for Merrimack County Savings Bank here in Concord. And he's going to talk about some of his direct experiences with financial exploitation and how this bill can help. Our association represents 38 member banks who employ roughly 6,000 employees in New Hampshire, and we're here today in strong support of the bill. This legislation is very closely modeled after a bill that was filed in 2019, Senate Bill 252, and that legislation enabled broker-dealers to delay a disbursement of funds if they suspected financial exploitation. That bill had broad support and was signed into law by Governor Sununu. This legislation would allow a bank to delay disbursement of funds from an account of an eligible adult or an account from a beneficiary if they suspect financial exploitation is occurring. The bank would have to provide written notice to the Department of Health and Human Services, and they would copy the banking department on that notice not more than 2 days after the delay has taken place. The bill defines an eligible adult as someone who is 65 years of age or older, or 18 years of age or older who is vulnerable. And the term vulnerable is defined in statute, which I have in my testimony that hopefully you have a copy of. And I also just want to point out that under RSA 161F, banks already notify Health and Human Services when financial exploitation is suspected. And this would require an additional written notice if there is a delay in the disbursement of funds. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do want to let Brad take a few moments and share some of his experiences.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. As Ms. Merrill stated, my name is Brad Kulaks. I'm a Regional Vice President, Retail Banking for Merrimack County Savings Bank. and I'm here in support of SB 385. I have more than 10 years of retail banking experience, and I have seen, prevented, or attempted to prevent multiple occurrences of financial exploitation. Imagine yourselves sitting in the living room of an elderly customer, asking questions of their finances and how it has come to be that they are writing their grandson checks that appear to be altered, but yet ultimately approved by them. Seeing a father take what we feel is advantage of their vulnerable 20-something son, having him withdraw money from his savings account, leaving pennies, and giving that money to his dad. And watching a mother who feels bad for her son that has found himself in legal trouble, draining her life savings just to support him. I have done this multiple times. It is heartbreaking and frustrating to have to explain to someone that their loved ones appear to be taking advantage of them through coercion or altering of checks. We report these suspicions to the state in hopes that the situation can be investigated in a timely manner. But ultimately, the timing is a matter of perspective. When your life savings is walking out the door, timely means now. This bill would give us the power to delay the release of those funds, giving DHHS and the state time to investigate our observations. Exploitation extends beyond loved ones. There are a countless number of scams in society preying on the vulnerable. A common one is a grandparent receiving a call that their grandchild is in jail and that they need to be bailed out. Through knowledge gained by social media, the scammer is able to convince the grandparent of the story. The scammer then requests a wire to be sent, typically in the thousands of dollars. Once the wire is sent, the money is gone and rarely recovered. In one instance, we had a customer approach us for such a wire. We asked many questions, as our staff is trained to do so. We advised the customer of the known scam in the area. The customer insisted they spoke with their grandson, absolutely certain it was their grandson, and the money was sent. A couple hours later, he returned to the bank, realizing it was a scam. Unfortunately, it was too late. The money was gone. Yes, as bankers, our role is to facilitate the movement of money. But as community bankers and stewards of our communities, I feel we have an obligation to protect our most vulnerable population from financial exploitation. SB 385 adds a tool which helps us accomplish that. I would much rather apologize to a customer for delaying the release of funds than to explain to them why we let the situation just occur. I thank you for your support. I also have a copy of my testimony.
Okay. Are you a co-sponsor?
I realize I'm a co-sponsor, but I'm way at the bottom of the list. When I was looking through this, I did not see anything about a trust account where the two major trustees are over 65, but the sons, grandsons, granddaughters are also part of the trust. Does this address anything about the trust? Thank you.
Thank you for co-sponsoring the legislation. Regarding your question, we have not had any specific discussions about the trust. I don't believe the bill specifically addresses trusts. I would have to go back, Representative, and just double check to make sure it may be included in this, but we have not had specific discussions about trusts, but the intent is really to try to address any disbursement that a bank may hold. But I just want to get back to you on your question, if that's okay.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question, and I can empathize with this bill. We had an issue with my mother-in-law, so I can understand it. But you had mentioned that reporting it to DHHS. What about reporting it to somebody else that's on the account? Like my mother-in-law had my sister-in-law on the account, but they weren't contacting my sister-in-law to let her know. Would that be a better step than immediately going to DHHS with it, looking to see who else was on the accounts?
Yes, thank you, Representative Johnson, for your comment and for your question. We have had a lot of conversations with the banking department and Health and Human Services and the Attorney General's office, who I believe they're all represented today. We've had very good conversations about that, but we've had discussions about the right way to do that. The process in HHS is existing today and has been around for quite some time. There are folks here that could probably speak to that process a little bit better and how that came about and if that should be different. We did explore different avenues of going about that, but we really tried to very closely mirror this off of the existing securities language, and so that's why we have the process that we have today. But I don't know, Brad, do you want to speak to that in terms of notifying people before HHS?
I can speak from our perspective at the Merrimack that yes, there have been occasions where we do reach out to joint account holders to make sure, or powers of attorneys to make them aware, because that's the right thing to do and to help protect. So, obviously our first reaction is not to jump right to HHS and share the information, but is to identify and educate and hopefully resolve it. But as we see patterns grow, and then we get a feeling of the level of exploitation, is where we begin to escalate that, and then share the information with the state in hopes they get the support to take care of our customer.
Further question being inquired?
So most banks, and I think my local bank also did the same, your first incline is to reach out to other people that may be on the account, as long as they're not the ones you're questioning, but you're going to reach out to them before you start going or calling DHHS. And that's kind of your standard practice, I would say, just as a common courtesy.
As a common courtesy, when we can identify that, correct.
And I would like to add to Representative, we've heard from our other banking members too, who have said that this is not something that happens right away. They observe the patterns, and it's after they see repeated patterns. It's been happening for a while, and that's when they start to reach out to other members on the account and to reach out to Health and Human Services. But they do observe the patterns for a while. It's something that they don't just react very quickly on.
Do you have a?
Representative McAleer.
Thank you. Just a question. It seems to me that this could be a little bit tricky trying to make a decision. Are there cases where the bank has proceeded with sending a check out that in fact it bounces back on you and you've been held liable? In other words, you maybe made a mistake?
You want to take that, or? What I can tell you is there is language in the legislation to try to address immunity. They're trying to protect bankers that are looking at all the evidence in front of them and trying to make the best decision that they can and do so cautiously. And so we have included that language here. But Brad, do you want to speak about how that sort of practically plays out?
Yeah, I think that there are definitely occasions where things may slip through the cracks. And then it boils back to, depending upon the level of fraud or exploitation, where the bank does take the loss on an item that is paid to make the customer whole. So,
Thank you very much.
Representative Herbert.
Is there a system well, first of all, who do you call first? In other words, if you have a problem, you think you have a problem, who is it that you call?
So it's a great question. So my staff, as they're trained, when they identify what they believe or observe to be behaviors that are signs of exploitation, actually reach out to me and run the scenario through me. And from there, we have an internal risk department that I begin to engage at that point, bring them up to speed, the details of the situation, what's going on, and then the ultimate reaching out to the state, if necessary, is done through our risk department. That may vary from bank to bank.
Further question?
Is it the Attorney General's office, Consumer Protection, that you would call?
After Brad, he mentioned that their process internally at the Merrimack County Savings Bank, once family members have been contacted, and once you've talked to the customer and the issue is still there, it would go the way that the process exists today in RSA 161F is it goes to Health and Human Services. And Health and Human Services, at that point, there is a law enforcement component that gets to the Attorney General's office. But I can't speak to how that works, but it does get to them at some level. But HHS works with them after the bank has communicated with Health and Human Services in the first instance.
Further question may inquire.
So is there a system whereby you can flag an account and the other enforcement agencies are notified? Because if speed is of the essence, I would think that you would want everybody to know you've got your eye on something.
There are measures in place for us to put alerts on accounts if we feel potential transactions need to be viewed more closely. And then from there, we typically would direct, if reports have already been filed internally, additional items or observations at that point, at least for us, are pushed to that appropriate department internally.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren Warner from the New Hampshire Banking Department. Takes no position.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. I'm Lauren Warner, the Deputy General Counsel for the Banking Department. Just wanted to briefly note that the department is comfortable with the language of this bill and worked with the Bankers Association in drafting the amended version. Certainly can answer any questions you might have of the Banking Department, but just wanted to briefly state that for the record.
Representative Greason, that's a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for testifying. And I saved my question for the banking department because you may have a little more familiarity with it. This is a new section that
Yes.
this list is new section, and I want to make sure that somewhere, because it's not stated in here in this new section, but somewhere in RSA, that where there is an opportunity, we know who is manipulating the adult or the person with the money in there too, a family member or whomever. Is there something in statute now that provides for the restitution of those funds that have been taken, plus any penalties and stuff, to make that person whole again? Understanding the phone scams we can't really do much about, but when we actually know who the perpetrator is that anywhere in statute? Because I know it's not in here.
It's not within our banking laws, so our jurisdiction in this case would be over the financial institutions.
Okay.
Sadly, not over the bad actors, but that is where the Attorney General's office comes into play under the Consumer Protection Act, as well as, and I know there's a representative here from the Attorney General's office who can speak further, but in these instances where we have seen this, we've referred this on immediately to the AG's office.
Good, thank you.
Representative Fargo.
When I'm reading the fiscal note, thank you for your testimony. And when I'm reading the fiscal note, I guess the banking department had weighed in on this and they would need 2 additional staff to support this.
So that was with the prior version of the original version of the bill had the banking department, instead of being copied on it, more so regularly involved in actually the determination of whether or not disbursement should timeframe should extend, the hold should extend. And we felt in that case, if we were going to be as intricately involved in those investigations, we would require additional staff. But with the amended version, it removes that so that we are copied and notified and kept in lieu of everything going on in the process, but would not require additional staff. There is the possibility further consumer complaints could come into our office, whether from the actual individual who owns the account or the person who is trying to receive the funds. But we believe at this time, our resources would be able to manage that. And we have the help of the DHHS they can answer questions further involved as to their investigation along with the AG's office.
Okay, so you don't anticipate any additional cost? Because I know you're self-funded, so it would mean that you'd have to try to recoup that cost.
Yes.
But you're saying at this point, there wouldn't be any?
At this point with this amended version of the bill, we do not perceive
Thank
it.
you.
Okay. Rich, did you have a question? You're all set?
No.
Okay. All right. See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Townsend from the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Townsend. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the New Hampshire Department of Justice, and I am the prosecutor. For the Elder Abuse and Financial Exploitation Unit. The Attorney General's office is here today to speak in support of Senate Bill 385. My unit investigates and prosecutes cases of financial abuse, assault, and neglect of the elderly throughout the state. Over my 3 years as a prosecutor in the unit, we've worked closely with the Department of Health and Human Services, the Bureau of Elderly and Adult Services. We receive referrals from them that stem from the mandatory reporting laws. We investigate those cases and prosecute those cases. What we also do is we also counsel and educate individuals throughout this state and attempt to protect them from scams. Scams are running rampant, especially in COVID times, and there's only so much we can do. So with this bill, it would give the banks the opportunity to step in and protect the elderly throughout this state. Often we see individuals only after the money is gone, long gone, and there's nothing we can do about it, with the exception, of course, ordering restitution if there's someone that we can prosecute. And even then, they don't have the funds to repay it. And so we've investigated and prosecuted cases of grandparent scams. And the one thing that we hear from victims in those cases is that they wish the banks could have done a little bit more. As well as they have done, they're limited. They can only ask so many questions. They can't actually stop the transaction. And so this would give them that ability. And so in that respect, we fully support the bill. I'd be happy to address any questions.
Oh, Representative Hammond has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for testifying. And I understand this is a significant issue that as people get up in years, they need maybe a little bit of oversight over their decision making. What would happen if there was, say, a false positive so the inverse of that, someone is fully corpus mentis, they have their decision making ability, but something about the transaction triggers the bank to step in and stop a valid transaction. Maybe it's a mortgage payment, maybe it's some important transaction. What would be the recourse for that person to be personally restituted if the bank stepped in when it shouldn't have? How would that process work?
I'm not exactly sure how that process would work. This certainly provides immunity for the banks if they are making those decisions in good faith. So there would have to be a good faith reason why the bank was withholding the payment. So in that case, they would be immune, is my understanding. But if there was some sort of bad faith and they withheld the payment without sufficient evidence, then they could be liable, is my understanding, for repayment. They are tasked with investigating whether there is financial exploitation swiftly under the bill. And so perhaps they could call the mortgage company. That wouldn't take very long at all, and that could be settled very quickly. So I think it would be the extremely rare case where your hypothetical came to be.
I'm just going to take liberty for a follow-up here.
Sure.
So this would protect the banks from liability. And so the term good faith is a very loaded term. Who determines what is good faith? And a lot of people have automated payments that they don't really pay attention to because it's monthly automated, and you might not find out right away that a payment was missed. But to the question of good faith, who determines that?
I can just speak generally about good faith, in the court systems. But theoretically, it would be a court that would make a determination as to whether there's good faith or not good faith and any sort of liability for payment. Would be my understanding. Again, that's just sort of my understanding of the way that would operate.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Townsend, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let's see. Kathy Harvard?
So good afternoon to the chair and the members of the committee. My name is Kathy Harvard. I'm from Hanover. I'm here speaking in my own capacity as a longtime Alzheimer's advocate and a longtime volunteer with the Alzheimer's Association. And I thank you very much for allowing me to testify today in support of Senate Bill 385 relative to financial exploitation of vulnerable adults, and most specifically how that pertains to those battling Alzheimer's and other dementias. So today I'm actually the voice of more than 26,000 people here in the Granite State who are suffering from some form of dementia, and there are 57,000 caregivers. This is just New Hampshire. These are the people who care for them every single day, who manage their lives as the disease progresses. And I do this because I'm honoring my husband. I was a caregiver myself for more than 10 years. And so all of us, I think, feel that this bill would help provide a guardrail, additional protection for our families to safeguard our very most vulnerable family members from exploitation. Most of you are aware that Alzheimer's begins rather silently, like a thief in the night. It's very, very slowly and quietly steals away a person's cognitive abilities and ultimately their ability to live independently. It's notoriously difficult to diagnose for everybody, for the doctors, for family members. And family members are very frequently not even aware that their loved one is having difficulty managing some of the most basic elements of independent living until a problem arises, and then it's too late. In a rapidly aging state like ours, where many seniors are already living alone and family is far away, it's clear that we need to provide some sort of mechanisms to safeguard our most vulnerable. And certainly that, at the top of that list, would certainly be those suffering from Alzheimer's and other dementia. Alzheimer's is a progressive, always fatal, neurodegenerative disease that causes a gradual decline in memory, thinking, and reasoning skills. In the early stages, we might see memory loss that interferes with daily living, maybe difficulty completing familiar tasks, and decreased judgment. Alzheimer's symptoms only get worse over time, and it impairs judgment and often puts individuals at very real risk for rejecting help and making poor decisions. Cognitive decline associated with Alzheimer's frequently leads to difficulty in managing personal finances. Sadly, forgetting to pay bills, bouncing checks, large and unexplained decreases in a bank balance, these are often one of the very first ways that families even become aware of the severity of their loved one's cognitive decline. So this puts people with Alzheimer's or another form of dementia at greater risk for financial exploitation or fraud. Financial exploitation typically occurs through theft or scams, other forms of elder exploitation, and it's because we know that their trust has been abused. Others who are scamming them feel either financial entitlement or the ability to coerce those who are more vulnerable. It could come via a telephone call, an internet offer, a knock on the door by a stranger, or as we've heard a little earlier today, sadly, a family member. 1 in 5 older Americans has been a victim or is a victim of financial exploitation. And in 2020, older adults across the U.S. filed more than 334,000 fraud reports with reported losses of $600 million. Because victims of financial exploitation are often reluctant to report abuse, or they lack the physical or cognitive capacity to report it, or perhaps they fear retaliation, or reluctant to have their abuser prosecuted, or perhaps they wish to avoid potential embarrassment, a lot of fraud is never even reported. So these numbers are really only a fraction of what and the extent of harm that happens to older adults in general, but even more so those suffering from cognitive decline through Alzheimer's or another form of dementia. By 2025, the number of Granite Staters living with Alzheimer's will have increased from today by 23%. Now we'll have 32,000 folks who are actively suffering from some form of dementia in our state. And these numbers will continue to grow until we do find a way to cure or prevent these dreaded diseases. Because as these numbers grow, opportunities for financial exploitation only increase. We ask your support for this Senate Bill 385 to help ensure that those who are living with cognitive impairment in New Hampshire are safe from financial abuse. By allowing banks and other financial institutions the ability to place a hold on distribution of funds that they suspect where financial exploitation may be at risk, it may be happening. We're building a guardrail. We're building a safety net to help protect some of our community's most vulnerable adults from a financial exploitation. Thank you for your support for this important bill.
Okay. Oh, Representative McAleer has a question.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for testifying today. In your experience, let's say you have a situation where a spouse or maybe a parent has cognitive disabilities. Is there any way that the other spouse or a child can step in a less formal way than, let's say, getting a power of attorney or a court order to basically make sure that everything goes through them? Is there a way to do that, facilitate that?
Well, I don't want to give you a legal interpretation, but I can give you the family interpretation of what happens most frequently before you get to that point of either making a legal determination of someone who will be the executor. It is an ongoing negotiation as the person's cognitive abilities decline, and it is very tricky. It is very tricky indeed. And so oftentimes it might be in the medical context, but it could also be in the banking context. The family member who is, if they're available, who is looking after their loved one will look for the support of somebody in that other institution to help them manage their loved one's medical care or their financial care. And so any kind of safeguards that can help them do that will be appreciated, because it's a very long road. It's a very long disease. The average time could be 10, 12 years. And there are many years where we're simply seeing impaired judgment before we get to that point of making legal change. So safeguards that can help put on a brake before a disaster happens, even in the early stages, is a really good idea.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I'll be brief. And this is a would you believe. My mother had Alzheimer's, and it was similar scenarios that you described. My mother, who was an incredibly bright woman, hired a caretaker who approached her in the parking lot of a hospital, which she would never, ever have done had she not been, her mind been failing. With no references, this woman stole money, computers, jewelry, and we found out that my mother wasn't paying bills only because my brother went through it. And so because we had the signs, my brother was able to convince my parents that he should have power of attorney. But I think one of the problems is people who don't have actively involved children or who don't have children. So I just wanted to share that because that concerns me.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Thank you very much. Okay, one card left, and John, you get to wrap it up. And Rachel Lakin, John Williams.
Chairman Hunt and members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, for the record, my name is John Williams. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs. And I have to say the one thing I'm very remiss is it's taken me this long to come before your committee, and it happened to happen after crossover on this very important bill. With me today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rachel Lakin, and I am the administrator for the Adult Protection Program that is housed with the Department of Health and Human Services.
This is a collaborative effort. We have to thank in direct appreciation to Ms. Merrill over with the New Hampshire Bankers Association. She worked very collaboratively in the way to do best legislation to reach out to state agencies, the banking department, the Department of Justice, and our agency to really perfect the legislation that's before you. This has been road tested, as Ms. Merrill had mentioned, because this, a similar bill, that this is basically the architecture you'll see, is Senate Bill 252, and that was relative to also financial exploitation of the elderly, and it provided the same type of framework as it relates to financial advisors, and it was brought at the request in 2019 and enacted in law in the same year by the Secretary of State's office through their Bureau of Securities. So this bill that you see before you, we strongly support. We think it advances the goals of protecting the vulnerable citizens that Ms. Lakin and her group at our Adult Protective Services support, and we're here to answer any questions from the committee.
Okay, any questions for DHSS? This is it. All right, so I have no more cards, and assuming nobody else wants to testify, I have from the midnight filing, they have 19 support, no one opposed, and on the sign-in sheet, I have Kyle Baker from the Cooperative Credit Union Association in support. With that, we'll close the public hearing. Okay. Yeah, Senator Susie. Okay, I will open up the hearing on Senate Bill 210. One of the great things, great, but had this opportunity where we're in this big committee room and we're sharing our committee rooms. That is that Tuesdays, House Commerce Committee does not meet, and so therefore I have an opportunity to watch the Senate Commerce Committee, and much relieved to see that this bill has been fixed so that we do not have the huge turnout that the Senate was very fortunate to have. So, and I will introduce Senator Susie from Manchester, who will introduce the bill to us. Good afternoon, Senator Susie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Donna Susie. I represent Senate District 18, comprised of the town of Litchfield and 5 wards in the city of Manchester. I'm here on behalf of Senator Bradley and myself as a co-sponsor. Senator Bradley sends his apologies. But really, I worked quite a bit with Senator Bradley on this legislation, particularly in crafting the amendment which replaced the bill. And I think we have reached what is a good compromise, and I'm happy to present that here. for you today. First, Senator Bradley wanted you to know that it was conversations with many people that reside in manufactured housing parks that led him to sponsor this bill. In particular, Mrs. Louise Rideout, who you're going to hear from, I believe, in just a bit. And some of the concerns expressed led to the original filing of the bill. After that lengthy hearing that you watched, Mr. Chairman, Senator Bradley and I had an opportunity to sit down on several occasions with Chair Reardon from the Community Loan Fund, who I believe you will hear from, and Karen Susi from the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association, to work through some of the issues that had been identified and presented to us, and to try to negotiate the compromise that is here before you today. So I'll just walk you through what the bill does. The bill's primary purpose was to encourage greater participation by residents of a park contemplating acquisition and becoming a resident-owned community, often called a ROC. So the first section of the bill, if you look on the first page, you'll see in bold several references to notice being made not only to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, but also to the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association. That notice is limited in scope. It's merely, it would exclude price terms and conditions of the offer, but it is merely a notice. If you turn to the second page, that's where pretty much the heart of the legislation is, starting on line 3. The bill provides for greater notice to the tenants currently residing within the park. So it requires either a certified letter, or we recognized that there were significant costs to that and that might not be sustainable, or a verified hand-delivered letter. And the verification process we weren't specific on. We believed that it could likely be a photograph taken with a cell phone upon delivery of the letter. That letter would include the mortgage terms, the land rent per homeowner, and other costs or fees that would be associated with it. But the most important part begins on line 6, where it says such letter shall include a form to request an absentee vote for or against the purchase of the park. One of the concerns that we were attempting to address was that in some instances, and I know there are statistics available, I'm not going to go through all of them, but in some instances you had a very, very, very small percentage of residents actually participating in the vote to become a resident-owned community. And it was our feeling that such an acquisition, such a substantial decision, should be made by a larger group of residents. Now, once again, it's like elections. We all stand for election. Some voters choose to exercise their right, some do not. The same will be true here. But we wanted the absentee process in place to ensure that there weren't obstacles to people being able to go to vote, whether it was childcare or not wanting to be within the group. Many of these facilities do not have actual facilities on premises within the park where a meeting can take place. There are costs associated with them leasing space. So we felt it important that we, at the very least, attempt to make the process as open as possible and to inform residents as much as possible. The other thing that we did, beginning on line 7, was to ensure that in order to cast the vote, residents have to become part of the association. Want to ensure that those association fees are no more than $5. And the reason for that is that we want the residents to have buy-in, and you'll hear testimony about the reason for that, to become part of the cooperative. But also we didn't want the fee to be so high that it, once again, would preclude someone from being able to cast their vote. In addition, we wanted to ensure that there was a mechanism for fair process, open process of counting the votes. And then beginning on line 14, one of the issues, and once again, it was only one park that was cited. I can't tell you there are any others, but in one instance, there was a resident community where those residents who were not part of the association had to pay an additional $200 a month in rental fees. And given that we view manufactured housing as potentially another form of affordable housing. The concern was that there needed to be some restraint on how much you could charge. Therefore, on lines 14 and 15, you see the language limiting it to no more than $25 if there's going to be that distinction. Once again, that's a determination made by the residents. It's a form of their self-governance, but it was something that had been raised and we thought needed to be addressed. The last part that you will see beginning on line 18 puts the language that I mentioned about the $5 fee into the corporation statutes so that it's in two places. So if somebody is going to look to form such a cooperative, they might not go directly to the manufactured housing legislation, but if they're going to form a cooperative specific to a manufactured housing park, that language is there as well so that it's illustrated that they cannot charge more than the $5. As I said, Senator Bradley and I spent a lot of time, we had a lot of good meetings with Ms. Reardon, who's here, and Mrs. Susi. And we continued to hear from a number of residents throughout this process. So this was our attempt at a compromise. I think it's a reasonable compromise. I think it puts in place some very good guardrails for the process. It encourages greater participation. And I hope that for those folks that choose to become resident-owned communities and engage in self-governance, it's a better way for them to start. And it's a good way to provide additional affordable housing in our state. So with that, I would conclude my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions. As I said, I know there are others that will follow me that will give you more detail about acquisition and the process, and also tell you about specific issues they've encountered. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We do have a question. Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. Would this impact any of the current, as you call them, ROC, or communities to make them follow these rules now, or would they be grandfathered to do what they're doing now? I guess, how would we handle before and now?
Mm-hmm. So any existing community that it's already a residentially owned community would have already cast their vote. They'd have their association fee. The rental portion would apply to those. And I think you will be hearing another bill that Senator Bradley also sponsored, requiring additional resolution processes for those tenants that reside in the resident-owned communities. So those that have already formed resident-owned communities would not have that significant an impact by this legislation, but new resident-owned communities going forward would.
Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator. You are very clear and very helpful. I do have one question. The amended bill that we have in front of us does mention sale of a manufactured housing park.
Mm-hmm.
Would this also apply if the owner wanted to sell to someone other than the residents, or could you please address that part?
So when the owner intends to sell, the residents are given an opportunity to acquire the park. There's a whole scheme within the statute already for how they go about acquiring the park, and it's typically the community loan fund that would assist them in that process, and there are certain timeframes and benchmarks to do so. If I may just, Mr. Chairman, just along those lines, I neglected to add one thing regarding this. When the vote is cast to become a resident-owned community, it is a simple majority of those participating in person and the absentee ballots. I know there was a concern previously that there were certain thresholds and that would preclude any new resident-owned communities. This legislation does not include that. It's simply a majority of those participating.
Okay, we're all set.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you 2 days in a row.
Yeah. Okay, Karen Susi from the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Karen Susi, and I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association. Mostly, I think I'm here just to answer questions that you may have. By chance. No, okay. The intent really is to create more transparency, remove barriers from voting, and certainly increase voter participation. And I guess I can sort of follow up on what Senator Susi mentioned earlier with regard to a small number of residents participating. I have some minutes that I'd like to hand out to you if you don't mind. So while that's being distributed, the documents are meeting minutes for Bearview Crossing Cooperative. That's a cooperative located in Allenstown, New Hampshire. That is a community that consists of, I believe, 300 housing units. According to these meeting minutes from March 6th of 2019, on the second page, which is highlighted, there's a question, how many people do you need to buy the park? According to the pre-acquisition bylaws, the quorum needed is 1/3 of the total membership. Okay, and it resulted in the fact that if only 27 members were present for the majority to vote yes, excuse me, the majority would be 14. So 14 people could commit a 300 housing unit community to move forward with a $20 million purchase. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So that is why we are moving forward with this bill. This is why the association has worked collaboratively with the residents that I believe are scheduled to testify here today. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you for your testimony for this information. This will be an easy one, I think. You mentioned there are approximately 300 housing units?
Correct.
In this Bearview Crossing Cooperative, and there are 80 members. Could you explain the difference between the number of housing units being 300 and a membership of 80? If there are only 80 members, what about the other 220 housing units? Are they not members?
That is my understanding. You are not required to be a member of the park, but in order to vote, you are required to be a member, if that makes sense.
Follow?
Further question may inquire.
Do you have any idea what the membership requirements are for this particular crossing cooperative?
It's my understanding that membership requirements vary for each cooperative. I know that this one, I believe it was $300 to join. But I believe the residents will have more information on that.
Further question may inquire.
So to be a member of the association in the Bearview Crossing Cooperative, one would have to pay $300.
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
That is what the bill is addressing, is that
Yep.
outrageous dollar amount.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Okay. Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. I guess I don't quite understand that if a minority of the people vote to buy the park, that does that obligate everybody else to do the same thing?
Yes. So once the minority of people vote to purchase the park, all the remaining households are committed to paying off that mortgage.
Just a quick follow-up.
Further question may inquire.
So the only way they could opt out is to get out of the park, sell their property, etc.?
That would be my understanding.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much. So, Louise Rideout and Bonnie Gowries. Gowries, is that?
Good
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Louise Rideout. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm really excited that this bill is here. I'm really happy with all the work that Senator Bradley and Senator Susi did for us, because I live in Bearview Crossing, and we have approximately 300 households there. It was purchased in July of 2019, and that's when it became the community. Unfortunately, not enough people were really informed. I think that any purchase, it was $18 million. That was the purchase price. Our loans are close to $21 million. So even if people heard 18 million, neglecting to tell us the true loan amount was detrimental, because some people would have said yes, not knowing the other fees that were involved in getting that funding. And I had to pay $10 to be able to vote, to be a member to vote. The membership fee there is $300. And we're allowed to, in the beginning, we were allowed to like pay $10 and $5 a month, or you could pay it all up front. Now they require people who are moving into the park to pay it all up front. And we should all residents should have access to the mortgage terms and land rent per homeowner before voting to purchase a park. It's just a good consumer and homeowner. I mean, we want to make the best buy. You know, you don't, it sounds so threatening when your park is being sold. I moved there in October of 2018, and I found out less than a month later that it was going to be sold. And I really had no idea about co-ops or anything. So it was all new to me, but I attended many, many meetings. And I asked many, many questions, which I have been said that I do ask a lot of questions. And I was hoping that more people would participate. And it kind of made me not understand why people wouldn't want to. But a lot of the people were not informed properly. And this is great that there is a way to get to the people, have them informed, give them notices. They need to know what they're getting into. And then at that point, if they choose not to vote, that's on them. But I love the fact that I've voted my whole life, and I love the fact that the participation will strengthen the co-ops. It will really strengthen everybody's, because some people are afraid. People like, I'm 67, people that are older than me, they're afraid to go out of the houses sometimes. But if you have an absentee, and we were not allowed to do absentee for any of our votes, anything in the co-op. So this is exciting for people who are able to do an absentee ballot. You know, I think it's an exciting bill, and I know Senator Susi and Senator Bradley worked so hard, and I know they worked hard with the Community Loan Fund, and I think that what they're presenting to you is amazing. I think it's a move, a forward direction for affordable housing, and let's get people more involved. It'd be better, and it's not, you know, just it's great. It's a great bill, and I really appreciate the time.
Well, you might want to add that
And only two of the 22% of the paid membership. And you did ask about how many members we have now. Well, because our fee for non-membership is $200 a month, people were really, on top of the $564 that we pay before water and sewer. That's a lot. That's not even affordable. That gets to the point of not affordable. So yes, so now there are a lot of members. I'm not sure the exact amount of members, but most of the people had to join or pay that, because remember, Community Loan Fund services low to moderate income. So if you take this and say, oh, they let us pay an extra $200, you're not really serving the people that you're trying to serve. So we have to, I think you have to look at the whole package of it.
Now it doesn't become low-income housing.
Yeah, now it doesn't become what you're trying to work with. And a lot of people are excited to get it and be in it. There are issues here and there. I'm not going to say there aren't, but there are. But I really support this bill, and we hope that you support this bill. We believe that this is a step in the right direction in order to shed more light on the operations in the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. And I'm just going to I'm going to pass these out. And it will make sure the residents are better informed and more involved in the purchase of a multi-million-dollar park. And all residents should have access to the mortgage terms. We have 4 loans. Only at one point were we told that one of our loans was a balloon loan. I just found out that all of our loans are balloon loans. And they're all due in 2029. So it's an uphill battle for us. And this bill might not affect our co-op directly. It does in a way, but let's go forward for the other co-ops. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, just move the mic over to you. So.
Oh, there you go. I'm here to support this SB 210 as well. This bill, as Louis said, it helps everybody in the park now, people that are coming into a co-op, and it gives better insight on what you're putting your money into. These people were told how do I want to put this? This $200 fee, most of the people in this park were forced to join this co-op and to jump on the bandwagon, because the majority of the people in our park are elderly, like myself. I'm 69, you're 60-something, you're in your 70s. We all live on fixed incomes, $564 a month with $200, and now you're spending $40 or $50 on top of that for your water and sewer. So now you're over $800 a month. My Social Security check is $1,200 a month. That doesn't leave, and I have a mortgage. So this gives better insight again, so that people that want to participate and have this co-op, they know what they're getting into. They'll look at the bill and they'll say, well, not 3 years later, oh my God, we have 3 balloon loans. Nothing was brought forward that was truthful to the people in this co-op. Everything was slid under the rug. Our park is in default. It's been a non-monetary default for 6 months. But again, getting back to this bill, it would do a world of good for everybody in our co-ops now. People that want to go into a co-op, they have more insight. They'll know what they're getting into. And we would appreciate anything you do. Again, I have to thank Senator Susie, Senator Bradley, for spending the time with the 3 of us, listening to what we had to give them, the insight we gave them, and for all the hard work they did to put this bill forward. And I'm going to cry.
We do have a question, Representative Terry.
Thank you. I'm in complete agreement with where you want to go with this, with the bill. But for some strange reason, I just want to have a better understanding of how bad things are. So, did you have to pay in order to become a resident at this location, have a unit in the Bearview Crossing Cooperative?
If you buy a house now, you have to pay $300 to join the co-op.
Okay, and then you have to pay $200 more every month after you pay the $300?
Okay, if you don't pay the 300 and you don't want to be able to vote, we had to pay. So there were a lot of people that didn't pay and didn't vote. So that's why the low turnout, and that's why the numbers are so low. But at this point, if you choose not to be a member, then you do pay the 200.
Why don't you start by first telling us how much was the rent before any of this thing occurred?
When I moved in, the rent, Heinz Corporation owned it. The rent was $541 a month.
$541 a month.
And then what happened was because we had a investor, RHP, that wanted to buy, so we were told that Heinz raised the rent to $559. And then after we voted for the co-op, I do not know why we raised the rent another $5. So in the course of between January of 2019 and July of 2019, our rent went up with $20-something.
now you had
Follow.
to pay for the mortgage, that would have been, who knows what the rent would have been once this new Heinz Corporation.
Well, Heinz owned it, so Heinz, it's
They
a
were
high.
going to sell it.
They wanted to sell, so a lot of people were afraid of an investor like RHP coming in and charging an extra $200 a month for our lot fee.
Who knows? It's an unknown. You don't know.
It was an unknown.
It's an unknown
absolutely.
what you
It was
don't.
an unknown.
But so at this point, the members of the community, a handful, got together and say, let's go to the community loan fund and put this package together. And the problem is that there was a limited amount of people who were showing up that initial vote to make that decision.
Yeah,
Right.
so follow, please.
Further questions?
So, in addition to the fact that you mentioned that there was not very good information prior to the meeting, I wonder, would you believe? Okay, would you believe? Of course not. Did you mention something about a $10 fee to vote?
vote.
So in addition to all the other fees and rents and everything else that you're paying, even if you were up to date with all of these payments and fees, you had to pay $10 just for the privilege to vote.
Yes.
This is not for, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, this sounds like a poll tax to me. I thought that was illegal, or is that only in the South? This is outrageous. Thank you.
Okay. Would you believe? Yes. All right. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies, for testifying. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of this as well. Who is responsible for paying this $18 to $21 million mortgage that you own? And where's that money coming from to make that payment? Because you've said that the park is actually...
It's in a non-monetary default.
Yeah, okay. So who's responsible for paying that? Where's that money coming from? Because it takes $300 to join plus $200 a month to be a member.
No, it's a $300 membership fee to join.
To join.
If you-
But some
if
people
you-
don't even have to, right?
No, if you do not join,
Yep.
your option is to pay $200 extra a month as a non-member.
Got it. Okay. All right.
And the money comes from all of us.
And
We
then
pay
it's
the lot
extra to
fee.
vote.
It was extra to vote, but our payments for these loans, which are, one loan is almost 5%, the other one's a little bit less. Those loans, every loan payment, and we're only paying interest, as you know, with balloon loans, that comes from our lot rent of $564 a month. So it's coming from us. We don't.
Yeah.
you
Well,
know, yeah.
as it should, but
Right. It's our responsibility.
So it's either $300 to join the association, your lot rent's $584, or you don't join the association and your lot rent is $784.
$764. right.
$764, excuse me, $764.
And you're
And
still
then you get to
paying.
pay for the privilege of voting. Okay. I think I understand, and I am exhausted.
Okay.
You're exhausted.
We are too.
Yeah, too.
Representative Fargo.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if you had to go through this. It's so kind of appalling to me, and but I must not be understanding properly. What happens to those people who were living there who didn't want to be a part of it? Like maybe they didn't vote or they voted no. What happened to them? I mean, are they still held?
You sure?
Yeah. What happened to the people that didn't vote and didn't want the co-op? What they ended up doing was they paid their money to vote, and then when they were told that they had to pay $200 extra a month on top of their lot fee if they didn't join the co-op, then they opted to join the co-op and pay $5 or $10 a month every month with their lot rent, so that when they get to the 300, then their membership was in the park was okay. So it was almost like they forced the majority of these people, because they said, well, if you don't join the co-op, then you have to pay $200 extra a month on rent. Like I said to you before, most of us as senior citizens, we live on Social Security, $764, $50 a month for water and sewer.
And if I can add to that, when we had this meeting and one of the board members motioned, this was in all of these rules and I had read everything. And he said, I motioned to raise, first it was supposed to be $50. I motioned to raise it to 200. I stood up and I said, Carl, that's outrageous. You can't do that to people. Somebody on the board seconded it, and that was it. So this bill is amazing. It's,
Do you, can I,
Further
I'm still
question.
confused.
Okay, what is
Can
your
I
confusion?
ask-
Yes.
Do you own anything? I mean, do you own your lot?
No.
Do you own anything?
We own the homes that we live in, but if you look at Brock's website, right?
they say we're homeowners.
We
landowners.
are landowners.
So
Wow, what
yeah.
if some, I mean, I
So let's
don't,
get a step back, and I was going to let Tara introduce this, but let's be sure everybody understands a little bit going back. At one point in time, we have, I think it was Jensen Company was a big owner of manufactured housing parks, and the issue was that they could sell that park out, and to anybody they want. The issue that I thought was a little disconcerting was the vast majority of these homeowners do not have a lease. So they actually have no control over rent increases. So a park could be sold to somebody else who could triple the rent. Okay. So in the wisdom of the legislature, we decided to create the Community Loan Association to allow the parks to be purchased by the homeowners. Now, I can say in my one town, we have one park. It was already bought before I moved to Ringe. So I didn't have, so to me, that seemed perfect sense. The problem is the devil's in the details of when the legislation was created, that it said is, well, if you're going to have this initial vote, who's going to make the vote? And I wasn't around for when that law was created, or at least I don't think so, but maybe it was, I don't know. And it was okay, good. But that in there, they had this concept of members, creating a members, and you pay a nominal fee. It wasn't really stated what the fee was. And it was a little loosey-goosey, but that was the beginning effort to how do we make this process work to allow the park to be sold to one of these loan funds. And so what happened was, as you could all see, that the devil's in the details, and then the thing blew up because they got out of control with the fees. They got out of control of the relationships of people who showed up, and this whole idea of the members. And obviously, that's the reason why this legislation is here, because we just need to clarify and make it a little fair, a little more common sense, and more rational than what was originally.
And not only that,
current
it
law.
helps the people that live in the co-ops too, and it gives them a better insight of what they're getting into, don't you think?
And my last statement here, if you read, I'm here on behalf of many residents who are too afraid to appear here today. They are already facing retaliation from our neighbors, and they are fearful that there will be more to come because of our efforts today. I didn't really want to say that. I thought that you
Right.
could read it, but that's our reality.
In that,
And it's
to
difficult.
just to mirror that, Louise and I have been under constant retaliation since the three of us have brought this bill forward and
and
testified. It's
only for the benefits.
it's only
To
for
me,
the
it's
benefit.
exciting.
Yeah, it's an exciting bill. We would.
But
do
you're
the happy
benefiting
dance.
they're benefiting the other people who
Correct.
also going forward.
Right.
And so there's a little egg on the face of your
Right,
other
but
members.
that again, they should be happy because that would get more people involved in co-ops when they can see what they have. So to retaliate against three people who have been trying to help the co-ops and the people upcoming, the people now, it's just not, it's not fair.
It's very unfortunate.
It's just, it's not right. But
Thank-
again,
Thank you.
thank you. And thank you, Senator Susie.
Do you
And
have a
thank you,
brief
Senator
question, Representative?
Just another sad reminder that no good deed goes unpunished.
There you go.
All right.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Representative Burrows.
I'll be really quick. I just want to thank you for your bravery in coming here, but I also want to say that I'm distraught to find out that I'm elderly at age 67. So thank you for that.
Well, we're not, do we look elderly? No.
My 7-year-old granddaughter thinks I'm a dinosaur.
Well, that's like my 3-year-old grandson said, You can't do that, Grammy, because you're going to die next year.
Thank you very much, ladies. Okay, the chair will call on Tara Reardon from the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. Afternoon, Tara.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the Commerce Committee. And I saw Chairman Hunt delighting in making me at this point in the testimony because he knew I would have just a little, as Senator Susie said, cleaning up to do fact-wise. So let me do my planned testimony first and then go back to some of the questions that were just asked and answered. I work for the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund, which is a community development finance authority. It is a federally created financial institution. There's about 1,000 of them nationwide, but the Community Loan Fund is one of the oldest and the best known. We're a New Hampshire nonprofit organization, not associated with the state, and our service footprint is New Hampshire. Our mission is to assist people who don't have access to capital. Nobody will lend them money, is that what that translates to more fully participate in New Hampshire's economy. We do that by taking in local investments from New Hampshire people. We pay them a return on that investment, and we lend it out to other people who otherwise wouldn't be participating. So 37 years ago, the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund started with a Meredith manufactured housing park that was going to close because the mom and pop owners were entering a nursing home. And the people were going to lose their land to redevelopment. There were 17 homes. They went to every bank. They couldn't get a loan from any place, but they did meet a student who connected them to the Community Loan Fund, and the Sisters of Mercy made the Community Loan Fund its very first investment. So the Community Loan Fund, in fact, could help out Meredith Village Cooperative, a successful cooperative to this day. Those same homes still sitting in the same place. And the son of one of them, who we stay in touch with, tells us what a difference it made in his life. So manufactured homes are a great home ownership opportunity for even low and moderate income people. They're affordable. That's the good news. And 75% of the populations that we work with fit the low and moderate income criteria. The bad news is when you own your home and it's on rented land, there's some instability there. You always face the possibility that the land can be bought by somebody else. It may be another investor who's going to run it as a manufactured housing park. It may be somebody who's going to clear that land because it's a nice flat site that they can develop. And in fact, sometimes there's closure and the land isn't even developed. Or it can be a lot increased so high that you can't afford to live there anymore, and you don't move these homes. You walk away from these homes if you can't sell them. So Representative DePalmer, I wish he was here, has the most famous of those examples in the state of New Hampshire, where it happened in Littleton in a community called Willowdale, which had a really sad outturn. So a smart, common sense solution for that is for the residents to come together, form a cooperative, and buy the land themselves. And that's what the Community Loan Fund does. And we've done it 142 times in the state of New Hampshire. It is an incredible, and all are still successful. We've not only lent them the money to do that, but we provided, on the average, 20,000 hours of technical assistance a year to help people run their community. As introduced, SB 210 would have almost eliminated this program. We would have closed one of those communities in the last 2 years that I went back and looked at. That part and all of the talk that you're hearing about voting and voting thresholds and how many people were at the meeting was eliminated in this bill when, in fact, Senator Susie and Senator Bradley redrafted the amendment. Not an issue anymore, but I'll clear up a little bit of that in a minute. So The most successful New Hampshire created homegrown local solution to an affordable housing crisis. Sounds like something that we probably ought to be preserving. Not only has New Hampshire done this with 142 co-ops, but the movement has taken off across the United States. There's 150 more of these communities in 20 other states. So we worked with Senator Bradley and Senator Soucy and came up with this amendment, and it brought up some really good discussion and some really good agreements resulted from that. The most onerous, as I said, the voting threshold was taken out. That we're thankful for that. Absentee ballots are a great idea. We know that not everybody can get out of their house. They have challenges sometimes to getting out to voting and cooperatively. A low dollar joining fee is a great idea, and the small differential for rent for members, non-members, $200, we find that offensive. That is nothing we have anything to do with. In fact, the residents vote for that. So you would hope that neighbors would help out neighbors and be thoughtful of that, and that didn't happen. We have no other community that has a $200 rent differential in the state of New Hampshire, I am proud to say. But it has also brought up conversations at the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. Us as a lender, going forward, will flag those kinds of things. We have the choice to fund those groups and decide whether or not that's a group that we want to fund. And in fact, the answer may be no in some of those situations where neighbors don't have their neighbors' best interests in mind. So SB 210 adds it to law, and it adds it to 205A. I think it's probably suited better in 301A, which is actually the consumer cooperative statute. We needed to get to an agreement. We did. I mentioned we are thinking about that in our lending criteria, having a lot of conversation about that. And the other part of the bill that changed was, you notice that the Park Owners Association gets notice of the residents buying these communities, or that there's a community available to purchase. We ask that the terms of that deal be excluded from the statute. You can find out that the park is being sold, but we don't want other park owners finding out what the terms of the deal is. That is just not something that we're in favor of. In our book, a little invasive for our, especially an unrelated party that they have nothing to do with. There was a companion bill 324 that you'll hear next week. It set up a dispute resolution, which in the event there was a dispute resolution in each one of these communities, they could probably take care of that themselves. I don't know what's going to happen to SB 324, but we're committed at the Community Loan Fund to look at the template bylaws we provide and make sure that that can be happening on the ground level in each one of these communities. I also want to offer, I would be glad, all of you probably have a resident-owned community with 142 of them in your community someplace. I would love to have a conversation to tell you what's in your district. We do business and childcare lending too. The Community Loan Fund is a really great resource for the state of New Hampshire. We want to make sure people not only know about it, but can take advantage. I want to just go back to a couple of the things that were said in response to questions, and maybe not asked of the person that could best respond to those. So the voting threshold isn't in the bill anymore. Bearview Cooperative, I went back and looked after our Senate hearing. There were actually 100 members when they made their final vote, when they knew what their mortgage was going to be, what their lot rent would increase to, and all of that. As you know, because you're all elected officials, I'm an elected official. If you can get, 50% of people to show up for that's pretty amazing nowadays. But we do go through that pro forma line by line. And I will say Bearview had very, very high rent, and they had a Fannie Mae mortgage that has to be defeased, which I won't tell you about. It's just, it adds $1 million to the sales price that complicated that. They do have 4 mortgages on the property. Bank Prov, an institutional lender who sees these as great opportunities. We're a second mortgage holder on their community. We're also a third mortgage holder. They needed more money than they had to close in those mortgages, and we gave them a 0% loan because we didn't want them to raise their rent more than $5 at the time. We look at these transactions very, very carefully, and you'll hear from Elliot Berry. We are very, very conscious about what the acceptable market rate rent is in that area, and not to go above that, because when we do that, it makes it really hard for them to sell a home. There's other choices, and they won't be able to sell their home if in fact that happens. And the pro forma, we do a pro forma, obviously, as all lenders do for all of those transactions. I also just want to point out that nobody paid $200 or $300 to vote. When you want to buy a piece of property that costs $18 million, banks don't just say, okay, those 5 guys over there can have the loan. You have to form a business entity. The business entity that we help people form is a consumer cooperative. The statute requires that there be some kind of joining fee for you to join that cooperative. We, in most cases, make it $5. That's what people can afford. Their membership fee may in fact be $300. Again, the residents decide that themselves. We don't do that. And they don't pay that $300 unless they buy the community. We're not going to have somebody pay $300 up front to join a cooperative if in fact they never buy the community. It's unaffordable. So when they buy the community, they then can pay it at the rate of $5 a month with their rent. And if it takes them, 6 years to pay it off, then that's what happens. New people coming in, just like a condo or any other conveyance, you pay your membership fee as part of your closing costs when you come in. So I hope that clears things up. There are some instances when neighbors make bad decisions that include their other neighbors. We are not in favor of that. We are instituting practices to keep that from happening in the future. And I would be more than happy to answer questions or clarify anything else that you've heard that really feels ugly.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you for clarifying a lot of that information. Of the 142 communities in the state, how many of these communities have paid off their mortgage and they own it free and clear? What was the average amount of time taken to pay off those loans? Because this may just be an exceptionally bad deal or something, because I don't see how Bear Creek pays off in under 100 years.
I can't tell you the exact number of co-ops that have paid off their mortgage, but I can tell you they have a party when it happens, and they get very, very excited.
House, that's for sure.
There is a co-op in Winchester, New Hampshire, who has not raised its rent, does not have a mortgage, has not raised its lot rent in 20 years. It's still $240, and that's the beauty of a not-for-profit consumer cooperative. So as to the $21 million, the prices for manufactured housing parks are becoming extreme because they are such a hot investment for private equity money coming from outside the state of New Hampshire, and it's wild. We do a 10-year mortgage with a 40-year amortization and refinance that at 10 years, as do the lenders, TD Bank, Bank of New Hampshire, Bank Prob, everybody that's in the first place position, because lenders aren't going to commit to that interest rate more than 10 years. We will refinance it at that time, and they'll have another 40-year amortization. But our explanation to the residents is you want to pay your home off because you're dying to retire someday on the fixed incomes that you have. The cooperative, we don't want a higher rent right now so somebody gets to live cheap in 50 years. This is a forever perpetual corporation, and it makes sense for us to do it that way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
just for reference, I crunched the numbers on 10, if it was 10 years, just paid it off in 10 years, it's $583.33 per month just to pay off the principal per household in that park. So that's just not doable.
We have a community right now in Rochester that we just started working with this week. It has 491 homes in the community. Their rent is over $500, and the purchase price for the community is $54 million. It's the same owner as they had, the same park owner that they have, who's a guy out of Canada. The lot rent alone in that community brings in over $250,000 a month. So when we talk about debt service, we look at that. So at the income that's coming in right now, there's $3 million available to, mow the lawns, pay the property manager, and pay the debt service. So the lot rents completely dictate what size debt service can be serviced. Yeah.
Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for explaining things, but I have to be honest and say that I understand this less now than I did when I read this. And I would like to ask sort of a general question. I don't feel ever that I can vote for a bill if I don't understand it. I do not understand this bill. And if we were having our executive session now, I would certainly vote against the bill. I wonder how you would respond to that.
Sir, I served on this committee for 7 terms. We had a lot of bills that covered a lot of subject matter that was very hard to be an expert in each one of those. I respect what you have to say. And I will say, I tried to note in my testimony, some of the red flag issues that we've seen, we are going to fix as a lender and not be a lender if there's a $200 rent differential. So although this bill might not survive, the point I'm making is a lot of the issues that we have seen in the communities, we can probably handle as a lender to that community by prohibiting those practices.
And I know that as a chairman, I'm not supposed to say this, but Rich, I just hope you paid attention to who is in support of the bill and who is showing support
I'm in support.
with a little bit of concerns, about some of the disclosure, but pay attention to the people who are in support of the bill. And with that, well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I have one card left, Elliot Berry, New Hampshire Legal Assistance, who everyone knows. I think I see you on television more than I see the governor on television. Right. Can you hold on a second and turn your microphone on?
Pretty complex.
Just hold. Just
Is that better?
let's take a breath. Our computer crashed. So
How are we doing now? Okay.
well, we'll tell you. It's Dragon Speak, so we have to wait till it loads. Because we want to remember every word you say.
Each one's a gem.
Okay.
Again, for the record, my name is Elliot Berry. I'm the Director of Housing Justice at New Hampshire Legal Assistance, where I've been a practicing attorney for over 40 years. I'm even older than John, I think. I have an interesting viewpoint about all this. I should say from the start that I'm one of the founders of the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. I also was one of the drafters and lobbyists behind the RSA 205 section, was it 17 through 22, which started this co-op movement. But interestingly enough, right now, today, most of my involvement comes from defending tenants who are getting evicted from parks, including co-op parks. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is like the greatest thing that has ever happened to owners of manufactured housing. However, what makes me so happy about this amendment is that it closes one of the biggest problems that I have seen, and that is that giant rent differential. 200 is off the charts, and their park is the only one I've ever seen it. But I really thank the folks from it used to be Bear Brook, I forget, Bearview. They've done a great service by creating momentum to really make it as affordable as it possibly can be. And it is terrific. If I could just give you a little bit of background, the reason that the current law is in effect that gives the tenants notice and an opportunity to purchase, it came out of basically a disaster in Milford, where an owner was selling the park and the new owner was going to close it. And there were 55 people there who were absolutely, it was, like a tornado would come and wipe out the whole community. So that created momentum to create a situation where, to the maximum possible extent, people who own their homes in a manufactured housing park never had to worry about having their park closed and getting displaced by that, or by having a series of investor owners purchase and sell, purchase and sell, purchase and sell until, and the price just keeps skyrocketing, which is in fact still happening in the private market today. That's a benefit that no matter what the chinks are, what the problems are in certain co-ops, that benefit is, I think, so outweighs any of those problems that that I think, especially with the improvements that have that this bill is making, is just going to provide the maximum amount of protection that manufactured housing park owners will have. There's still going to be plenty of cases, though. The way the prices are going crazy on manufactured housing parks, there are going to be places, times when the tenants, even with the funding from the Community Loan Fund and bankers who have understood their value, but there's going to be times they're just not going to be able to do it. But at least the law that we currently have gives the tenants a fighting chance, or the homeowners a fighting chance. And with the changes we've made, it'll enable them to keep the rents as low as possible. So with that, I just join the love-in and ask you all to support the amendment.
So, yeah, Elliot, we've known each other a long time and do this, and I can't let you go without saying this. This is a would you believe, okay, so you don't have to respond. But I still go back to this problem never would have occurred if the homeowners had a lease.
I'm not allowed to say.
Yet you're allowed to respond.
We'll let that go.
Like the state of Connecticut has that law. And I always said that would have solved a lot of problems if we had passed that law.
Thanks. Good to see you all.
Good seeing you. All right, I have no more cards. The blue sheets, we had 8 support, 2 opposed. And the sign-in sheet, we have John Murphy himself in support, and Tom DeRussa from Housing Action New Hampshire also in support. And with that, I'll close the public hearing. Believe you me, the Senate is 3.
Yes. How many barrels? I don't know barrels. So I'm in with ISC, so I don't have to train. I was in their cutoff. So they allow me to grow, but they don't. They're not letting any customers. So I don't. It's not the end. So like normal people, 2 months. I have barrels. December, January, I was supposed to have barrels. And now they're saying
We're going to flush the we're going to double the price. How did you instead of getting 8, 0 damage. And the last 3 loads I got this week, just
so that was their big selling.
So I paused, and I said, and then that, those 9 names from being like, oh yeah, we love to work with you, to like, no, like, it's yeah. And then he's like, yeah, we can get back on and get double the price for leaky mini barrels in June.
I know. So West Virginia Barrel Companies, their big original was that
And that was one of them. They had the first 6 streets.
right.
But
When they have a pinhole, and they drill it out with slide in. I mean, the head sleeve too, but it's pretty good work. What is their signature dick? So if you figure like, oh, 1% of the clients are gonna be back, okay, I can deal with it. But when I have 30,
I can't think of the time I've ever seen feral like
and then like our long policy is no more than 7 spines per day.
what?
Right. And they double the price. Let me tell you,
And they're using Northern Oak.
and they're gonna get away with it for a short spell, but boy, they're not gonna away with it. As soon as there's anything else comes online, everybody's gonna complain.
So that is good to know because I was actually I'm doing a trial.
It's almost like a song.
That was some joke, but not a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you do what you think's best, but.
Yeah, not a chance.
I had a couple of things, I know we're not, I was hoping to chat afterwards, but you gotta leave, so do I. At some point, we should have a conversation about, if there's stuff we should do buying together.
Yeah. So I've always wondered. So I debated it for a while.
So we'll be seeing you down there?
I don't necessarily want to be the winner. I do think that there is an opportunity for somebody to start a business in New Hampshire where they brought in
She's gonna be down by the or just have it as a non-profit co-op, but
we could do that.
whether it's part of the association or a side one.
I'm not opposed to it. So here's who makes sense to. I visited. It makes sense.
So,
Nice to see
yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. So,
And you haven't come back?
not yet.
So
We have
it would make sense to a small business. Because they're a small
That's going on, they're doing a big promotion on
It's not this and half started selling as much as they thought they were going to, and a little bit of excess demand.
How you doing?
That's who would make it a lot of because it's not enough for somebody to do it, but if somebody would make $15,000 a year, taking phone calls and warehousing, it make real sense to them. But like you got to figure by the time we pay rent, by the time we pay somebody 40, 50 grand a year to manage it.
Where I don't have space, it should be something.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't haul it to my place.
Right. So I completely agree. It's got to be.
We should just sort of on the agenda.
Certainly.
The other simple issue we should chat about is a bill.
Okay.
I think if that's shut down, that's it. Yeah, right.
I'm here.
Good afternoon, sorry about the delay.
No problem, Chairman. You are not the only one running behind today. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka, representing Senate District 21, which is the city of Portsmouth, and the towns of Durham, Newmarket, Newfields, Newington, Madbury, and Lee. I am here to introduce SB 212 relative to liquor manufacturers. SB 212 is a request that comes from the New Hampshire Craft Brewers Association. And I personally have been working with a member of my district at a Flag Hill Winery in Lee. The intent of this bill is essentially to allow craft brewers of liquor to serve cocktails at their tasting rooms, up to 2 cocktails when food is available. It will allow craft brewers to. It will also allow craft brewers to sell their product at farmers markets under different limitations that are now more relevant. There was a previous limitation which had the practical effect of excluding almost all liquor manufacturers from such markets. We all saw how businesses suffered during the closures and limitations of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this bill, which I affectionately call the New Hampshire Craft Cocktail Support Act, is just another tool in the toolbox to aid a small business industry in their recovery. The intent here is to allow for distillers essentially to showcase their product in a different way. I wouldn't presume to comment on anyone's habits here in the room, but I know many like to enjoy cocktails as opposed to drinking their liquor straight or plain. And so the ability here for our small businesses to make sure that their product can kind of be shown in its diversity or in different applications is a way that these small businesses can continue to grow their customer base and their business, provide jobs in our state, and continue to be a part of our economy. In Senate Commerce, we amended SB 212 to address the concerns of the Liquor Commission, making sure that we reduced the amount of liquor that was able to be served by a half ounce. And we wanted to accommodate them because it has been a very collaborative process. Once amended, SB 212 passed Senate Commerce unanimously, and it passed the full Senate on the consent calendar. So I will leave it at that, and I am happy to answer any questions that I'm able.
Okay. Representative Johnson.
Just out of curiosity, didn't we already pass something like this already? So wouldn't this part of it be a redundant bill? As far as the liquor manufacturing and farmers markets?
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking, because I thought we already passed it out of here last
I believe
session.
that might be more relevant for Mr. Moore.
Exactly. So I'm going to defer Representative to let the gentleman behind me answer that in more detail. But my understanding is that you did pass something similar, but that what we're proposing today would allow more participation in the farmers markets.
It's an adjunct bill.
Well, Mr. Chair, I understand your question because I was actually about to ask the same thing.
We had another question first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just confused about one thing. When you can have, it says you can have 2 cocktails with 2 ounces of liquor each. Could those be provided free? It wasn't clear to me because it says they could be for, before you could pay a fee or free. Is that the same with the 2 cocktails with the 2 ounces each?
The intent is for them to be available as part of a paid tasting, but I'm also going to defer your question to the gentleman behind me because I think that it's an option to be offered free or not, but I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, I'm probably in the minority, would you believe, but I would be smashed if I had 2 cocktails with 2 ounces each.
Fair enough.
Thank you for your would you believe, Representative. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for this. I
Sure.
think my recollection of a similar nature, and we can always defer to someone else later, but it's around the number 830 9-liter cases of his products. There's a similar, and it wasn't 830. And what I'm concerned about is whatever we passed previously and this may not be the same numbers, and now we're going to end up having a collision of worlds here. So if it's something you can't answer, I appreciate that, and certainly I just want to make sure that we're not messing something up here.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I do not have the history you're looking for, but I do believe that my constituent does.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
For your testimony.
All right.
And
Thank you very much.
I would strongly suspect there is a pink card for a certain Aiden Moore.
Thank you.
Is there no pink card? Aiden?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I have not provided the card.
That's
I was
okay.
really here to answer any questions that the committee might have. For the committee's benefit, my name is Aiden Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. And Mr. Chairman, I think the bill that you looked at was a bill that originally came to you as a bill dealing with creating a distiller's license for farmers. And that bill was amended and changed to now allow for a second tier of distilled beverage production. The distiller's license costs $1,692. And in an interest of bringing a tiered approach to distilling, the committee passed a bill that would allow a business that produces, I believe, I think it's under 1,000 cases, to now pay a fee of $300. So it's kind of an incubator license, get them in business, and once their production increases and goes beyond that, then the fee would be adjusted upward. So on this particular bill, sir, as the senator said, you'll hear from representatives of the distillers area. We're very happy to work with them, especially on the areas of product tasting, and to ask them to consider changing the earlier bill to an ounce and a half pour, which really represents a standard pour, if you will, for spirits, and to have some uniformity in the pouring process, if you will. The provision that is being changed here in part 2, lines 6 and 7. This was brought to you last maybe 2 years ago as a method of allowing distillers to get into the farmers market. Wine manufacturers can do it, beverage manufacturers can do it, and this was to allow distillers to keep it a method of providing for the craft distiller to be able to get into the marketplace. The Senate agreed to amend the bill to identify businesses that produced less than 10,000 bottles as a threshold of eligibility. And I think you'll hear from the industry behind me where some of their members now have exceeded that or are exceeding it, which is now taking them away from the farmers market opportunities. And they're looking to provide a new formula that would allow their members to continue to participate in the farmers market. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have, sir, or committee members.
Seeing none,
Thank
Representative?
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, you're in support of the bill, or you're just here to answer questions?
We're here to answer questions.
And so if this bill did pass, then you would work with the distilleries to make it happen?
We do. Their president, Brian Ferguson, is, we have a great working relationship with that organization, and he is a fine representative of that industry.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. Kind of back to what Representative Gleason was saying, can we make sure that we're not in conflict with some of the other bills that we passed last session, especially with this 890 liter case? I don't want to see us a conflict and then them get in trouble and we're battling back and forth. I'd like to make sure we're all on the same page.
Agreed, Representative. What we're trying to certainly do with this is that the figure that they're proposing, this 839 liter cases, would allow them, if they're having a 12 bottle case, 750 milliliters, would be roughly 9,960 bottles. So their members could sell at farmers market up to that quantity. And if they sold less, obviously they could do that, but they couldn't sell more than that. That is, this provision is distinguished from the earlier bill because that is a bill dealing with production only. So if you decided you wanted to open a distillery and you said, gee, I understand it's $1,600 to open one. I don't have that kind of startup money. Then the bill you passed said, well, if you make less than 1,000 cases, then your fee will not be $1,600, it'll be $300. By getting that license, you would still be eligible to participate in the farmers markets. You're just a distiller that produces less than some others. So it really offers an opportunity for new businesses to get in. It certainly would, because they are a distiller, they would still be able to get into the farmers market business. but they would need to adhere to the quantity limits that are part of this amendment.
No questions? Thank you. Eden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Brian Ferguson. Welcome, Mr. Ferguson. Long time no see.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time. How is everyone? Good. Yeah, lively. My name is Brian Ferguson. I am the president of the New Hampshire Craft Spirits Organization. I'm here on their behalf today. I basically would be repeating essentially what Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka said. So I'm not going to read everything I had written because it's just about the exact same thing as that. The one thing I would bring up is you had Representative Burrows, I believe, you had brought up it being 2 ounces. We had reduced that from 2 ounces to 1.5 ounces in conjunction with our working relationship with the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. I'm willing to take any questions. We're obviously in support of the bill, and think it would bring a lot to the New Hampshire craft spirits producers, and a lot to the state. It would give us an opportunity to produce more revenue, therefore it would produce more tax revenue.
Okay, seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you,
And
everybody.
Would you believe that you can visit Mr. Ferguson at Flag Hill? I have from time to time.
Thank you.
Okay, Christopher Burke from Cathedral Ledge Distillery, which I have not had the opportunity to visit yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're certainly always welcome to come visit. And thank you to the rest of the committee. I'll be brief. Obviously, the day is wearing on. I wanted really just to focus on emphasizing the importance of gaining access to the farmers markets. We happen to be a certified organic distillery, and so the opportunity to get out and meet fellow Granite Staters that value local organic products is very important to us. We also think that, and what we've been told from organizers of the farmers markets we've contacted, is that having a diversity of products at their markets strengthens the marketplace for the already existing providers. More customers are interested, and more foot traffic benefits all. To address that bottle number, it really was just standardizing the units. There's a trend at the federal level to allow a variety of sizes of bottles, and so the proliferation of bottle sizes is only going to get worse. It comes from people who sell into different countries, a lot of metric friendly sizes, but you're going to see all kinds of different bottle sizes. And so by running laws as 9-liter equivalents, then you don't have to worry about people gaming the rules by offering really big or really small bottles. And so that's what that was an attempt to be the same amount of alcohol, just in a unit that you don't have to worry about the individual bottles. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I won't take more of your time.
I have a
Yes,
question. Yep.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Farmers markets, are you involved in a farmers market now? Well, probably not.
Yeah, so we went to our local farmers market twice last fall.
Okay.
Before it was realized that we crossed the 10,000 bottle produced threshold. So the original legislation passed last year. It limited your ability to go to the market based on what you produce, not based on what you sell. Which once you produce it, the next thing you want to do is sell it. So it kind of put us in an awkward situation. Certainly, the 2 times we went, we were very well received by both customers and fellow vendors.
And just a follow up, when you go to farmers markets, I guess it probably depends on the farmers markets, but are there a few distilleries that are represented? Is that commonplace?
Well, so we went as soon as the law was passed, and so we were the only ones because the law was literally days old. I don't know how many will participate going forward, so that's yet to be seen. I can tell you though that in other states, especially Vermont is kind of a poster child. The farmer's market is the primary way to market for most craft distillers. They sell far more at farmers markets than they do in their own tasting rooms or through the agency stores. So it's a very important and well-developed model to introduce your products to consumers. We pay taxes on any sales at farmers markets, but hopefully the point is that they will like the products and then go to their New Hampshire State Wine and Spirits outlet and purchase more.
And one more question.
Just me follow up.
The Maine, New Hampshire Expo,
Yes.
are distilleries represented there?
So
Can they be?
I don't know if they can be. My understanding is that they probably cannot because we probably don't have the license.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking that if this passes, and it would be a good follow-up question to see whether or not we'd be allowed to participate in the future. I think for this year, that's not going to happen.
Yep. Right.
That's a
Okay.
great question.
Thanks.
Well, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, I have one final card for Gregory Meek? M-E-C-H? Okay. Cold Garden Spirits.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. My name is Gregory Mee, Cold Garden Spirits in Canterbury, New Hampshire. We're a farm distillery. We grow a lot of the product that we turn into spirits, but we also purchase from our local farmers and orchards. I thought it would be helpful for you to know a real world experience that I had just the other day that reflects what the results of your work here supporting us as the New Hampshire Craft Spirits Organization. I drove over to Morrill Farm Dairy in Pennacook, and I bought 600 pounds of barley and, no, 600 pounds of rye and 300 pounds of barley. 5 years ago, Morrill Farm Dairy was not growing grain for the spirits or the beer trade. About 5 years ago, when we founded the Craft Spirits Organization, we made an effort to encourage our members to purchase locally if they could possibly find a way to do so. This is personal for me. I grew up on a dairy farm that went out of business when I was 10 years old. Morrill Farm Dairy 3 years ago put in about an 1,800 bushel elevator for storing grain. Last year, they put in 2 5,000 bushel grain elevators. This year, they're putting in more than twice that. Most of this is for the beer trade, and they're sending it to malting houses in Massachusetts and in Maine to be malted, and then shipped back into state for our local brewers who want to feature local product. So your support of us goes out to our small family farms here in the state, and it makes me feel great. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Just
Yes,
Just a-
Representative, I knew there was a question there.
Just would you believe, I have visited his distillery, and it's right outside Canterbury Village, and it's a great visit. We really enjoyed the product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. To my fellow representatives also, would you believe I've been involved with, you can go back. I've been involved with the beer, the wine, the distilled spirits, and farmers markets ever since the beginning. And I've seen this grow. I was on the Alcohol Tourism Commission with Brian. And a lot of what's going on now is some of the outcomes that we were talking about 2 and 3 years ago, but there was never a final report issued. But these guys are taking the bull by the horns and doing this. And I just thought I would share that with you. I know you remember it, Rich. You remember, yeah, field trip. Oh, And yes, we're always open to being invited to go on field trips. Okay, Representative Abel.
Yeah, this is just an informal question. I'm just curious, how much of what you've produced is sold in New Hampshire, and how much has been exported outside of New Hampshire? Just curious.
That's good. Okay, thank you, everyone. I believe there's no more questions. We're done.